Bobcat Athletics on KFJB-TV is made possible by Assured Partners, Greg Young of Marshalltown, Lennox Employees Credit Union, Marshalltown Area Chamber, Marshalltown Community College, The Gregors Furniture and Mattress, Sports Plus, Wayward Social, Wells Fargo Advisors of Marshalltown, Marshalltown School District, Scooters of Marshalltown, State Farm, mtownproud.com.
Touchdown, Bobcats, Davis Ragland, pick six. Feldman, that one will get in. That's a good point right there. A shot coming here, that's a goal. Lifted to left center field, gets off the warning track into the wall. Transition three, boom, knocks that one down. And it's a goal, what a beautiful play. Dutton, look what I found over to first. Gets a 3-on-1 all the way, yes. There he goes. Over the middle of the field, beautiful one-handed catch by Johan Gomez. Moves the chains up near the 30. Trayshawn Brooks makes the catch at the 25. Breaks 2 tackles. Touchdown! Bobcats!
Do you think he'll set him on fire if we ask?
Hi, Mom.
On KFJB-TV, it's Bobcat Game Day Live.
It is Bobcat Game Day Live right here on KFJB-TV. Brandon Lou still in Doze alongside tonight as the Bobcats get ready to take on the Ames Little Cyclones. Little Cyclones come in at 1-5. The Bobcats 0-6, and a familiar face on the sideline now roaming at head coach for the Ames Little Cyclones as a former Bobcat himself, Ryan Bohan, now at the helm of the program.
We have Ryan Bohan, of course. His dad was an assistant coach, line coach up until last year. Deep roots in Marshalltown. We even had the crowd come in. It was like, hey, Ryan stepped up to be able to really be there for the seniors. So Ames crowd seems to love him. I know Bobcats love the Bohan. So it's kind of a unique matchup here tonight.
And, of course, the Bobcats going to take on Ames here tonight, looking for the first victory of the season, which it's been a little tough so far this year, but hopefully they can figure it out this week.
So last week was quite interesting, outgaining Waterloo West. At some levels, I thought they were really good from a running perspective. And then you look at what they did with turning the ball over. Looking at that, you had 7 turnovers, 6 fumbles, and an interception. It was really tough for the Bobcats to really get anything going, even though they were able to move the football.
All right, coming up, it is our Rainbow Car Wash look around the state of Iowa with our Radio Iowa Scouting Report. Also, we will talk West Marshall, East Marshall, and find out what other games are going on around Central Iowa. This is Bobcat Game Day Live from Ames High School on KFJB-TV.
The right insurance agent can make all the difference. Assured Partners agents represent multiple insurance companies. They can pick and choose from a larger variety of outstanding insurance options. Assured Partners also handles life and health insurance and Medicare supplement coverage. With access to local, regional, and national insurance companies, Assured Partners will create policies tailored to the coverage you need. For more information, go online to assuredpartners.com/Marshalltown. Power through partnership with Assured Partners in Marshalltown, Toledo, and West Des Moines.
From Radio Iowa Sports, this is the Scouting Report an in-depth look at this week's prep and college games. Now from our studios in Des Moines, Todd Kim.
The Cyclones look to remain unbeaten at West Virginia. The Hawkeyes try to bounce back against Washington, while the Panthers face another tough challenge at South Dakota. And Week 7 of the high school season features several key matchups at 8-player. That and more on the Scouting Report.
Okay, men, this is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go grocery shopping, cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. I know you won't, because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen. Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
The Scouting Report from Radio Iowa Sports.
Iowa State coach Matt Campbell this week said while enjoying their 5-0 start, the focus for the 11th-ranked Cyclones is what still can be accomplished. ISU will bid for its first 6-0 start since 1938 with a visit to West Virginia. A defense that ranks 6th in the country in points allowed will be challenged by Mountaineer dual-threat quarterback Garrett Green, who leads an offense that averages 223 yards of rushing per game.
He's talented, he's tough, he's gritty. And I think every game that he has played in since he's been the quarterback at West Virginia, they've had a chance to win. And, you know, they've got a really talented backfield. Obviously, they're rushing the ball at a really high rate with great success on the offensive side of the football.
The Mountaineers are coming off an impressive win at Oklahoma State, and this will match 2 of the early unbeatens in the Big 12.
The good thing about this league is you got a chance to win every week. Bad thing about this league is you got a chance to lose every week. You know, like, there's really good coaching. I think the talent is pretty evenly distributed among the league. And so for us, I think it's better to keep our eyes on exactly what's in front rather than worrying about anything in the future.
That's West Virginia coach Neil Brown. It's a 7 o'clock Iowa time kickoff. It'll be televised by Fox. After getting drilled in the second half at Ohio State, Iowa takes a 3-2 record into a home game against Washington. The Huskies played in the national championship contest before coach Kalen DeBoer left for Alabama and took several key players with him. Jed Fish took over after rebuilding Arizona and has quickly found success in Seattle. They're 4-2 after a win over Michigan.
And certainly a lot of things have changed since then. They've got a new staff up there. Jed did a great job at Arizona, really turning that program around and giving them life. And now he's doing a great job up there. He's got a really good staff.
That's Iowa coach Kirk Ferentz. To get ready for the 9 a.m. Seattle time kickoff, Washington arrived in Iowa City Thursday. Fish says more important than that will be handling the atmosphere in Kinnick Stadium.
I played there twice, once at Minnesota, once at Michigan. And we got to be ready for loud. We got to be ready for energy. We've got to be ready for incredible fan support and obviously a team that is built on toughness.
The game will be carried by Fox. There is no break in the schedule for UNI. After getting clobbered at home by top-ranked South Dakota State, the Panthers visit a South Dakota team led by former Wartburg coach Bob Nielsen. After going 10-3 during a playoff season a year ago, the Coyotes are 4-1 and ranked 4th in FCS.
And they've got momentum now, and they run the ball well, they play hard, and they've always done that. Coach has always got a disciplined football team that plays hard. And so, yeah, I mean, I don't know that's a different team. I just know that it's got a lot of confidence in playing really hard.
Dracos Butler in a key early Pioneer Football League showdown. The Bulldogs 2-0 in Pioneer Football League action, and a year ago they wrapped up the conference championship with a win in Indianapolis in the final week of the regular season. Also, Upper Iowa's at home against William Jewell. High school football is next on the Scouting Report.
Okay, gotta be late. Gotta go. Where'd I put... wallet. Check. And, phone. Check. Keys. Check. Lunch. Check.
Checking for the things you need doesn't take long. But what about checking for your safety? Right now, 1 in every 5 vehicles on the road has an open safety recall. But it only takes seconds to check for open recalls on your car at checktoprotect.org. All you need is your vehicle identification number or license plate number. Your automaker may not have the right information to notify you about recalls by mail, especially if you recently moved or drive an older or used car. Checktoprotect.org is the quick, easy way to find out if your vehicle has an open safety recall and find the closest dealer who can make the repair for free.
Oh, laptop. Check.
Before you go, take a minute. Visit checktoprotect.org. Check to Protect is a program of the National Safety Council.
The Scouting Report from Radio Iowa Sports.
With 2 weeks remaining in the season for the 4 smallest classes, the stakes rise and several district titles will be determined. That includes 8-player District 1, where 3rd-ranked Remsen St. Mary's hosts number 8 Woodbine. Daniel Versteeg has a preview.
The Woodbine defense has held opponents under 7 points 4 times this season, but they'll have their hands full against a Hawk offense that averages nearly 50 points per game. Remsen St. Mary's head coach Tim Osterman says the Tiger defense is aggressive and athletic.
Their biggest improvement, probably, I would say, year over year has been their defense. They played pretty good defense last year. Again, they have really good athletes, but I just think that they're more on top of things. They're more aggressive.
Woodbine sophomore Landon Bloom leads Class 8 player in receiving touchdowns with 13 scores on 18 receptions.
Landon's tall, he's long, he can run. Can you really stop everything that he does? I'm not quite sure. So we're going to have to do our best to try to stay on top of him, try to stay inside of him, and then make plays on the ball.
In games like this, Coach Osterman says it's important that his offense remains on schedule.
Our biggest thing is just make sure that we don't get ourselves into 3rd and longs, 3rd and forevers. Can we keep it manageable? And then can we execute when it's time to execute?
For the Radio Iowa Scouting Report, I'm Daniel Versteeg, KLEM Lamars.
Also an 8-player, 2nd-ranked Lennox is at home against 10th-ranked Southeast Warren. 4th-ranked Don Bosco hosts Turkey Valley. The title in District 2 is up for grabs as top-ranked Algona Garrigan hosts Grettinger Terrell, Ruthven Ayrshire. Nathan Poole reports.
Both teams have high-powered offenses, averaging over 50 points a game. The Golden Bears' defense has been stellar, allowing around 10 points a game, while GTRA's defense has been great, taking away the football from their opponents with 26 total takeaways this season. GTRA head coach Todd Huff says there's a reason Bishop Garrigan is ranked number 1.
They'll be the best team we faced to this point of the season. Biggest thing, they're very physical on both sides of the football. So, up front's always kind of dictates how the game's going to go. So we just got to make sure we're physical on both sides of the football because we know they're going to be. And then they got a lot of weapons, offensively, a lot of skilled guys that they can use on defense, too, to help out with things. So they're just a very well-rounded team.
Bishop Garrigan coach Marty Wadley says the Titans' offense will be difficult to stop.
They have a good quarterback. Casey Huff's a good quarterback. He started for them all last year. I think he's much improved over what he was a year ago.
Bishop Garrigan will try to go for their 19th straight win dating back to last season when they kick off at 7 o'clock at Conway Field in Algona tonight. For the Radio Iowa Scouting Report, I'm Nathan Poole.
Moving on to Class 5A, where top-ranked Dowling Catholic visits Urbandale. It's 2nd-ranked West Des Moines Valley hosting Waterloo West. 3rd-ranked Bettendorf is at Davenport Central, while 4th-ranked Pleasant Valley hosts Muscatine. And in Class 4A, top-ranked Lewis Central is at Winterset. 2nd-ranked Gilbert hosts Bondurant Farrar. This season, Bex is recognizing student-athletes and are not only a star in athletics, but a player that shows heart in school, at work, through the community, and in the ag industry. Morgan Brown of Benton Community has not grown up on a farm, but her interest in agriculture began when she took a job on a dairy farm through FFA.
And I just asked my advisor if she knew of any farmers that were looking for workers, and she gave me the contact of my current boss now. And then that's how I started working there on the farm.
Ace Studer of Algona has his own goat herd, which not only has taught him the value of hard work, but the business side of agriculture.
I learned a lot from the health of goats and stuff. So if they're sick, what shots to give them. I would work with our dad with that. He'd help a lot with that, and just stuff like that. So I just learned what it takes a lot to do for the production and stuff.
Jamison Kramersmeyer of North Iowa High School says his first memory of the farm is when his grandfather taught him how to drive a tractor.
It has a hand clutch, so you got to push it forward to make it go forward, and he was letting me do that, and I pushed it forward a little bit too fast, and we popped a wheelie.
For Jace Johnson of Linville Sully, showing pigs has been a tradition in his family, and he started at the age of 6.
I just learned from my mom,
just learn from other people around me, other showmen, and obviously the things that the other shows. Like if a judge tells me something, I'm going to take that and find out what I need to fix or what I can change to make me better.
Nominate a student athlete by searching Beck's Player with Heart. The rest of Week 7 is next on the Scouting Report.
At Beck's, we stand up for the things that matter most: our faith, our independence, and helping farmers succeed. As the largest family-owned seed company in the U.S., we believe in the integrity of remaining an independent family-owned seed company. Since our founding in 1937, we have continued to produce quality products backed by a quality family of employees and dealers dedicated to serving American farmers. And that's something to be proud of. Beck's, founded in faith, forged in America. For more information, visit BecksHybrids.com.
When you think of a healthy relationship, what comes to mind? Is it arguments, secrets, neglecting responsibilities, violence, or stress? These aren't healthy, but can happen with family, friends, and loved ones if alcohol or drug use has taken over their life. If you are experiencing problems in your relationships, take the first step to talk to someone about finding resources or even treatment options. We walk beside you so you are never alone. Call, text, or chat online 24/7 for free at yourlifeiowa.org. A message from Iowa HHS.
The Scouting Report from Radio Iowa Sports.
Familiar foes collide tonight in Class A as top-ranked ACGC hosts Mount Air. Marcus Mackey will call the game for Raccoon Valley Radio.
The ACGC Chargers and Mount Air Raiders played against one another twice last year, with the Chargers taking both games, the first 42-18 and the second in the playoffs 34-18. Head coach for the Chargers, Cody Mathewson, says that even though they took last year's games, he's expecting another tough matchup.
They're going to be hungry. They played us 0-2 last year, and so they're going to have a chip on their shoulder, and they're going to have that bad taste in their mouth, and they're going to want to get a little bit of revenge. So, they have still what seems to be a little bit still young team. Last year they were all freshmen and sophomores, and they almost returned all their production, but they did graduate an offensive line that was senior-laden.
Raiders head coach Ryan Victor is also looking forward to what could be a tough game, and is looking forward to what the two Class A teams could see in the future as well.
Just another opportunity to play against a top-notch opponent. Coach Mathewson's done a great job over there at bringing, a resurgence to that program, especially in the last 5 to 7 years. And I think in Class A, this could turn into a pretty good rivalry. I know they got the best of us last year, especially the first game, but we closed the gap a little bit in the second in the playoff game. And so we're looking forward to see if we've closed that gap and make it more of an even contest this week. So we're excited for the opportunity.
The Chargers are undefeated on the season, and the Raiders' only loss comes from the Madrid Tigers earlier in the season.
There's one other rated matchup in Class A. It features 5th-ranked Woodbury Central visiting number 8 Tri-Center. Class 1A, the lone rated matchup, finds number 4 OABCIG hosting 9th-ranked Hinton. It's top-ranked Grundy Center at Alburnett, while number 2 Wilton visits West Branch. One of 2 rated matchups in 2A features 8th-ranked Roland Story hosting number 10 Des Moines Christian. Quinn Douglas has a preview.
Roland Story head coach Matt Finn says the key to victory on Friday night will be pressuring Des Moines Christian quarterback Jet Each and not allowing him to extend plays.
We've got to find a way to get home to him with the pass rush, and we've got to find a way to stay in coverage long enough so we can get that done.
A program that is becoming known for throwing the football, Des Moines Christian head coach Matt Daniels says he challenged his players in the offseason to become a more balanced football team on offense.
If we want to win at this level of football, Class 2A football, we have to be able to establish the run game to keep teams honest. And so we really emphasize with our guys in the offseason the work they're putting in the weight room.
Daniels says Roland Story's front on the offensive defensive side is among the best in Class 2A.
I would argue that they might have one of the best front 3 groups, offense, defense side of the football in terms of just physicality. And their technique, and I know that they're going to come out and run the football, and that's what they want to establish.
For the Radio Iowa Scouting Report and KQWC, this is Quinn Douglas.
The other rated matchup in Class 2A features 3rd-ranked PCM Monroe visiting number 9 West Marshall. Top-ranked Spirit Lake is at Garner Hayfield Ventura, while number 2 West Lyon visits Sheldon. In Class 3A, there are a couple of rated matchups. Top-ranked Algona visits number 5 Humboldt. 2nd-ranked Williamsburg is at home against 6th-ranked Solon. It's 3rd-ranked Dubuque Waller at West Delaware. And number 4 Sergeant Bluff Luton hosts Carroll. That's all for the Scouting Report. For Radio Iowa Sports, I'm Todd Kim.
Rainbow Car Wash has been in town over 40 years. New owners Brett and Kim Canaday have been with Rainbow for more than 35 years, focusing on quality, cleanliness, and great customer service. Open 24 hours year-round with 2 convenient locations. Each location has 2 oversized truck bays to accommodate large vehicles, all bays except quarters. And for your convenience, newly installed credit, debit, Apple Pay, and Samsung Pay featuring Swipe or Tap to Pay, powerful vacuums, and a great selection of vending supplies. Follow us on Facebook at Rainbow Car Wash, LLC.
Bobcat Athletics on KFJB-TV is sponsored by the Marshalltown School District. Embrace the lead. Scooters of Marshalltown. Amazing people, amazing drinks, amazingly fast. And State Farm. mtownproud.com.
Bobcats getting warmed up for week number 7 of the high school football season. A lot of good action going on around the state tonight. Let's take a look around the Iowa Alliance Conference, all presented by Real Deals in downtown Marshalltown. First, starting off with the RPI rankings, though. Week number 2 of that, Bettendorf is number 1. Iowa City Liberty at number 2. Waterloo West is at number 3, who just down the Marshalltown Bobcats. Valley, who the Bobcats play in a couple weeks, is 4. Pleasant Valley, Ottumwa, a surprise at number 6, and Dowling right behind them. RPI is still early, still 3 more weeks of the high school football season. We'll find out a lot here tonight after a few games.
Yeah, there's a couple games that are really going to see if they're for real. One of those, most notably, is Waterloo West travels to Valley. And you'll have to see how that turns out, but Waterloo West might be a little overrated at 3. Des Moines Lincoln takes Sioux City East. Council Bluffs Lincoln takes on Johnston. Iowa City Liberty, that number 2 ranking, takes on Ankeny. Roosevelt takes on Ankeny Centennial. Waukee travels to Southeast Polk. Dowling and Urbandale. Dowling is looking really good of late. Waukee Northwest goes down to that number 6 Ottumwa we talked about. Boone has Des Moines Northwest. Carlisle is at Newton, and Mason City travels to Waverly Shell Rock.
Once you know it, it's senior night for the Ames Little Cyclones tonight. We seem to always find ourselves in the midst of a senior night celebration.
I feel like we have 7 kids. This is our 7th senior night here broadcasting from Ames. It feels like a tradition.
Yeah, we're part of the family, I guess.
Right, that's right.
A part of the family we don't want to be a part of. Hey, that is a look around the conference, all brought to you by Real Deals. Tell them go Bobcats for a special discount located in downtown Marshalltown. Dylan will have a preview of East and West Marshall when we come back on Bobcat Game Day Live from Ames High School on KFJB-TV.
Hey Bobcat fans, are you looking for the latest in home decor and women's fashion? Real Deals is a locally owned boutique right here in downtown Marshalltown. We're your one-stop shop for home decor, the latest in women and teens fashion, plus a great place to get gifts for all the loved ones. Stop by our boutique and say, "Go Bobcats!" for a special discount. Real Deals is open Wednesday through Saturday. Grab a friend, bring your family members, and see what our locally owned boutique is all about. Can't wait to see you at Real Deals in downtown Marshalltown.
Welcome back in. It's time for the West Marshall preview presented by Bailey's Pizza and Broasted Chicken in State Center. Open Friday through Sunday, 4:30 to 8:30. West Marshall dismantled Iowa Falls Alden last week, 37-12, and have won 5 straight since losing their opening contest to Nevada. If they're going to hit a 6-game winning streak, they have to go through number 2, Prairie City Monroe. Prairie City Monroe isn't just 6-0. They're 6-0 with an attitude. Their closest game is beating Nevada 30-7. That's right, a 23-point victory is the closest they've been all year. In their other 5 matchups, each one well over 50 points. This is a dynamic offense led by across the board. They can run it, they can throw it, but they're led by 1,100 yards from Adrian Robinson out of the backfield. If West Marshall's going to win this one, I say they have to get 3 turnovers and 2 non-offensive TDs, because PCM is a big one. So if West Marshall's going to go 6-1, they've got to pull the shocker. And this is West Marshall Preview brought to you by Bailey's Pizza and Broasted Chicken. Open Thursday through Sunday, 4:30 to 8:30. We'll be right back with the East Marshall Preview.
Bailey's Pizza and Roasted Chicken and West Marshall football have long been State Center traditions. And with a year full of changes, it seems like traditions are harder and harder to come by. While where you enjoy it might have changed, Bailey's commitment to delicious pizza and roasted chicken can still be found in every bite. Enjoy the local tradition of Bailey's Pizza and Roasted Chicken, open Friday through Sunday, 4:30 to 8:30 for carry-out only. Bailey's Pizza and Roasted Chicken in State Center, proud sponsors of West Marshall football.
On KFJB-TV, it's Bobcat Game Day Live.
Welcome back into the East Marshall preview presented by Laurel Diesel Services, your locally owned qualified diesel mechanics. East Marshall's on a 3-game schneid after going 3-0, but last week, unlike the lopsided loss to South Hardin and to Grundy Center, they hung tough with Hudson, losing late 21-7. This week, the schedule gods give East Marshall a reprieve. They face 0-6 Columbus Catholic. This is a different team than beat Columbus Catholic, that beat East Marshall last year 50-0. Not a lot returning, and Catholic has really struggled to run the football and have been inefficient in the air. If East Marshall's going to win, it's going to have to be a balanced attack. Drew Weeder running the football, Farrington throwing it with the new kind of weapon that they found in sophomore Eli Burns. I expect East Marshall to get off the slide and go 4-3 this week. And this has been the East Marshall preview brought to you by Laurel Diesel Services, your qualified, locally owned diesel mechanics.
When Mike Overton moved to Laurel, Iowa, he had a vision to have a diesel repair shop that would support his growing family and passion for working on diesel engines. Being part of the East Marshall community means ensuring that farmers, truck drivers, and businesses run smoothly. With a large building and state-of-the-art equipment, Laurel Diesel Services is always up for a challenge. When your farm trucks, semis, or other diesel equipment requires maintenance or the occasional repair, take it to Laurel Diesel Services.
At Greg Young Automotive, we go the extra mile for our customers across Iowa. Why do customers choose us and keep coming back? Because our commitment to exceptional service and satisfaction never wavers. With our extensive network of dealerships throughout Iowa, we leverage unbeatable pricing and offer a better inventory selection than other dealerships. Visit any of our 6 locations across the state and experience the Greg Young difference, where we'll go the extra mile for you.
You look forward to retirement as your time to relax. But now that it's here, turns out relaxation is overrated and you'd rather get back to work with an idea of your own. Wells Fargo Advisors can help. For more than 125 years, we've created wealth management and investment strategies aimed at achieving our clients' personal financial goals. When retirement plans change course, turn to Wells Fargo Advisors. Together, we'll go far.
Wells Fargo Advisors is located at 14 East South Ridge Road in Marshalltown. Call them at 641-752-5401. They're a member SIPC.
When heading to the stadium, don't forget to scoot through the Scooters Coffee drive-thru on the way to the game. With a variety of drinks to choose from, you can give your school spirit a quick boost before cheering on the Marshalltown Bobcats. Try one of the fall features like the caramel apple smoothie, a pumpkin spice latte, or maple bourbon cream cold brew to get you through the game. Scooters Coffee. Amazing people, amazing drinks, amazingly fast. South Center Street in Marshalltown. Proud to support Marshalltown Bobcat football.
This is the countdown to kickoff on your home for the Bobcats, KFJB-TV.
Week number 7 as head coach Adam Goodvid. It is 8th year for the Marshalltown Bobcats. Talking things over with the officials pregame as both teams continuing their warm-ups as we count you down to kickoff tonight. Coming up, Dylan's scouting report on the Ames Little Cyclones, our Cat Connection, and our pregame chat with Coach as week number 7 just about ready to get going here tonight. Beautiful night set up. Got a great crowd filtering in here. A pivotal one for the Bobcats, though, the Highway 30 rivalry.
It really is. 9 out of the last 10 matchups, Ames has come away with the victory. Last one Marshalltown had was 2019, and how different the world was when Marshalltown beat them 28-14. Both teams really struggling this year. Coaching change on the Ames sideline. Marshalltown just hasn't been able to find a rhythm of any sense. But tonight, you beat Ames. Things become right in the world. If you're 1-6 and Ames is 1-6 and you beat them, you feel a lot better about where you're at.
Yeah, that is for sure. Well, we will take a quick timeout, and when we come back, we will get a scouting report on the Ames Little Cyclones. This is Countdown to Kickoff, a News Talk 1230 AM 93.9 FM, and right here on KFJB-TV.
The equity in your home is power. Power to remodel your home. Take a memorable vacation. Add a deck or patio. Lennox Employees Credit Union can help you unleash the financial power you possess with a home equity loan. Consolidate debt, fund a student loan, or pay for a wedding. The loan process is easy. See Lennox Employees Credit Union, 1004 East Main Street in Marshalltown. Member NCUA, Equal Housing Lender. Online at lennoxecu.com.
This is the Countdown to Kickoff on your home for the Bobcats, KFJB-TV.
Now time for tonight's scouting report on the Ames Little Cyclones, all presented by Century Plumbing. Dylan?
Thomas Crown had started the season as Ames's head coach. He was let go, and then up came Ryan Bohan. The former Marshalltown Bobcat just talked to his dad on the sideline. You could tell a little bit of nerves in the dad hand, but here comes a team that seems to be ready to play. They are 1-6, but they've played some really good teams. They've played Waukee. They've had to play Waukee Northwest. Last week, they had Ottumwa. Much like the Marshalltown-Ottumwa game, those things were close, and they just couldn't stop the run game. Really, in this 3-4 defense that Ames has, they have some athletes. They have some quickness in that defensive tackle and the two middle linebackers. They're pretty good right there with Bray and Winky in the lineup and Busano as defensive tackle, but they give up a lot of yards on the ground. Flip it to the other side, they struggle to run the football. They have number 11 under center, Cam Cantonwine is great. He throws the ball around, 11 touchdowns through the air. He goes to number 1 and number 3, Roberts and Swanson, but he also leads them in rushing in almost 400 yards, 6 touchdowns. He will turn the ball over, and that's where I wonder when we get more to the keys of the game. He has 6 picks. Is he going to throw a big pick, or can the Marshalltown Bobcats stop him from running? But that's really what you see from this Ames lineup. They're going to throw it on offense, and if they can stop the run on defense, they're set up well tonight.
That is our scouting report tonight. Again, all brought to you by Century Plumbing, specializing in service plumbing in Marshalltown. A beautiful fall night, 78 degrees. Kickoff approaching. Our Cat Connection and our pregame chat with head coach Goodvin coming up in just a little bit. This is the Countdown to Kickoff. You're watching KFJB-TV.
When you need a plumber quickly, try Century Plumbing of Marshalltown. We specialize in service plumbing, not new construction or large remodels, so we get to our customers faster, from clogged drains to water heaters and everything in between. We can help with a guaranteed appointment and quality, efficient service. I'm Sarah, co-owner of Century Plumbing, and I'd love to book your appointment today. Call 641-750-0108. That's 641-750-0108.
It is the Cat Connection, all brought to you by State Farm, Tyler Pashong Agency, mtownproud.com. We're here with special team star kicker Luis Munghay, and of course you've nailed a 40-plus yarder field goal on the season. Last week you made another field goal. What's that feeling when you see that thing go through the upright?
I mean, it feels great, you know. I like the reaction that everyone has, you know. I mean, I always kick, you know. So, yeah, I mean, it feels great.
You always kick because soccer's your main background, right?
Yeah, that's my main background. I mean, I've been kicking since I was 4 years old, so, I mean, it comes to me, you know. Yeah.
So I'm sure soccer may be a passion because I know Coach recruited you out to play football a couple years ago. What was that like when Coach Goodvin first approached you about coming out for football and being the field goal kicker?
I honestly didn't want to do it. My parents kept on trying to, like, tell me not to do it, but then I was like, well, I mean, I might have a passion for football or at least try it, you know. So, yeah, I mean,
It's just something that kind of came to you, right?
It just came to me. I mean, I've been kicking like a while, so yeah, it just came to me.
The transition, tell me about that, because, soccer ball, it's on the ground, it's round, it's a little bit different. You've got your teammates. When you're out there as a field goal kicker, it's pretty much you and your holder. Obviously, the snapper's got to get it back there. But the process, how easy was it for you to go from soccer to kicking the football?
Honestly, pretty easy. I just knew where to kick the ball, and I always have faith in my holder and my snapper. So, yeah, I think that's important, you're supposed to you're supposed to have confidence in your team, So once the ball gets snapped and you kick the ball, I mean, there's nothing else to it. You know?
Just going through the uprights. Yeah. So when you are in practice, I know Johan's probably out there and he's booting those punts. Do you guys ever have any kicking competitions out there?
Yeah, sometimes before pre-practice. I mean, it's fun having Johan around, Sometimes it's like, let's see who can make the farthest field goal, And, Johan's lovely to have around.
Yeah. All right, so, the process of kicking, tell me what that's like. What's the main key to being a good field goal kicker in your mind?
Just knowing how to kick the ball and having confidence in your team my holder and my snapper. I mean, nothing else to it, Yeah.
When you kick, what's it all about? Is there a spot you're trying to hit on the ball, or is there a spot you're trying to get with your foot to make good contact?
Yeah, right in between the bottom and the middle of the ball, and almost like in the middle of your foot, almost like if you're passing the ball, But of course you have to kick it with power. So yeah.
All right, so are you doing is every day leg day for you, trying to get those legs strong?
I used to do leg day almost 3 times a week, but I had to stop because my legs would be just beat after lifting weights and going to practice. It would just not work for me.
Yeah, if your legs are gel, you're not going to be putting one through from 45 yards out.
Yeah, hell yeah.
All right, so I know soccer season coming up. You were out due to injury last year. What's it going to be like to be able to get back out there on the soccer field?
I mean, I've been going through a lot, especially because I re-injured my hamstring 5 times, and I didn't listen to my parents and my coaches, so I think that's on me, but I've been keeping myself healthy to eventually being able to play my senior year.
That's awesome. Well, we look forward to seeing you out there. What kind of other activities, maybe in school or other sports, you're involved in?
I love pottery,
okay.
And I'm also part of the track team, so I love throwing discus, so yeah.
Right. Well, that's good stuff. Johan, or not Johan, I had Johan on Bobcat Live, and I tried to get Luis to come on the show, but we couldn't get him, so we had to get him on the Cat Connection because I love to talk the kicking game, that is for sure. Best of luck rest of the season.
Thank you very much.
All right, that is Luis Monghay, kicker for the Marshalltown Bobcats, and our Cat Connection, all brought to you by State Farm, Tyler Prashong Agency, mtownproud.com.
At Tyler Prashong State Farm, we are M-Town proud.
For us, M-Town proud is about having absolute pride in the place that we live and work. The people in this community represent everything that I believe in and everything I want to instill in my children.
Hardworking,
diverse, genuine,
kind, and passionate.
A blue-collar town that has shown countless times we can depend on each other.
We'd love to talk to you about what makes you
M-Town proud.
Welcome back into the countdown to kickoff. It is the Bobcats and the Little Cyclones Highway 30 rivalry tonight. Now time to catch you up with head coach Adam Goodman, all brought to you by Exterior Plus Home Remodeling in Marshalltown. Coach, coming off a loss last week to Waterloo West 44-17. In that game, turnovers so key. 6 fumbles, 1 interception. Not the main focus, but, it definitely played a huge role in the outcome of that game. Your team, like we talked on Bobcat Live, still had an opportunity late in that one to kind of get back into that game. How's your focus been this week with the guys on just, taking care of the little things?
Yeah, it's been a major focus this week, and we've talked about ball security, and like I said, our kids aren't out there trying to fumble the football, and it's really hard to beat anybody when you put the ball on the ground that many times. So our kids know that, and hopefully that they've brushed up on those skills this week in practice, and ready to play a clean football game.
Tyler England, his first 100-plus rushing yard game of his varsity career, just as a sophomore doing that. He had a beautiful 60-yard touchdown run there in the second half where he, was patient and kind of felt it out. We had talked to you last week just about his ability. So for him to be able to show that kind of in practice and then go out and do it in a game, what's that say about him and his work ethic?
Yeah, with Tyler, we knew he had a special talent, obviously from a while ago, from the time he was in junior high. He's a strong kid. He's got some good speed, and he's tough. So, he's still young. We got to keep that in mind as well. There's some other skills that he's got to really brushing up on that he really has improved on throughout this season compared to to the point we're at now compared to, weeks 1 and 2. And he's taken pride in that, the blocking and the carrying out your fakes, the other things other than just carrying the football. But, very proud of his effort. And, I think I told you a couple weeks ago, we're excited to see what he can do for us over the next few years.
Yeah, and you kind of talk about that as just a sophomore. So we haven't really seen him get more than maybe 10 to 12 carries in a game. Is that kind of part of the process too, not wearing a guy out, or not overthinking it or not, putting the big load, I guess you could say, on him?
Yeah, it could be really easy to throw a big load on our B-backs because of just the nature of the position and within this offense. And like you said, he's a young kid, and we don't want to overdo it, too fast, too soon. We want to give him his fair share because he can do some special things with it. And, at the same time, we can use him to, as a decoy and get the ball in some of our other kids' hands as well. I know Gilbert, they run the flex bone as well, and they've got a pretty special B-back that's going to go to Iowa State, and I think he's had around 40-some carries in a few games this year, which is maybe we'll get there with Tyler down the road, but he's a bigger kid that's durable and he can handle that load. So, we're at a good spot right now with Tyler's workload.
Yeah, for sure. Jacob Hayes last week, couple of fumbles and interception in that game. Up to this point of the season, though, he had been really steady. We thought, just kind of not the game manager, I guess, moniker, but, just did enough to be very successful, ran the ball effectively, made pretty good reads, that kind of stuff. Is there anything you worked on with his confidence, or is he confident enough that he's going to maybe bounce back here tonight?
Well, I think he'll be the first to tell you. He made a few mistakes in Friday's game that were really magnified because of the significance of them. We're pitching on a play where that's not an option, and he's hitting himself in the head for it. And he's a smart kid and knows, taking full blame for that. And we just can't have those little things in games. And it's just a matter of, I think, seeing the big picture and then understanding what we're trying to accomplish with each of our schemes. So.
And that can be part of the maturation process because there is a lot of moving parts. It's not just three-step drop back or a 5-step, and then you're just making a read. I mean, there's multiple options, right?
Yeah. Compared to what he's ever done in his entire life, yeah, you're exactly right. He's got to identify the defensive fronts every single play and identify, who his handoff key is and who his pitch key is, and then make sure his feet are right, and then make sure the mesh is right, and carry out the fakes or carry out, with the ball. I mean, it's a lot on his plate, but he's a smart kid, and he knows when he makes mistakes. So that's the first step to correcting him.
Jamison Ehouse last week was part of the crew that helped make 6 tackles for a loss as a team. Making the tackles behind the line of scrimmage can be so, killing to the drive of the offense on the other side of things. Specifically in the second half, after Waterloo West had already ran a wide receiver screen, he kind of pointed to his sideline and came up and stopped the wide receiver in the backfield. That just seemed like a really heads-up play by the sophomore.
Yeah, he's a ball player. Coach Furch and I have been saying that all year. You could put him anywhere, and he's going to be phenomenal. And it's just, he's smart within the game. He understands down and distance, and, on the offensive side, he's a quarterback as well. So he's a guy that we really trust and a guy that's going to go out there and make plays consistently.
With those tackles for loss, a fumble recovery and a sack last week for Lincoln Barker. I thought he had one of his best games of the season as well. So it seems like this defensive line is getting after the quarterback with a little more success. Is that just guys, knowing situations and feeling more comfortable as the season goes along?
Yeah, I think so. I think our entire defense actually played pretty solid last Friday. I think our offense and special teams kind of put them in some short field situations, which made it pretty difficult and which, in turn reflected on the scoreboard. But talking with Coach Furch and after watching film, we were pleased with the effort and the execution our defense made last week.
Coming up, it's the Ames Little Cyclones and the Marshalltown Bobcats. Kickoff at 7 o'clock tonight. We'll talk about tonight's opponent next, right here on the Countdown to Kickoff on KFJB-TV.
My name's Lake Schultz. I'm the co-owner of Exterior Plus Home Remodeling. At Exterior Plus, we truly strive to build relationships one customer at a time. And that's why we're the Midwest's #1 choice in full home remodels. Located in Marshalltown, Iowa, as well as Lincoln, Nebraska, we pride ourselves in providing quality service on time, every time. Give us a call for a free inspection and estimate at 844-261-6111. That's 844-261-6111. Thanks. Talk to you soon.
Back in on the Countdown to Kickoff here on KFJB-TV. Bobcats and Little Cyclones. Highway 30 rivalry here tonight as you take on Ames. They've had their third head coach now in place since the end of last year. A little bit reflective in their 1-5 record, a little bit of a struggle for them. Do you feel like that's kind of showing on tape as far as maybe, guys not lined up right and mixing up the coaching staff?
I think it can be a lot of factors. I think first and foremost they play a really difficult schedule. They've got some top quality teams in the state on their schedule, and I'm sure those other factors don't help their situation either. But they got some quality players that are going to be a real challenge for us to stop.
Ryan Bohan is the new interim head coach and a familiar name to a lot of Bobcat fans.
Yeah, Ryan was a former football player for me back in the day, and he's doing a good job over there. I know he coaches a lot of sports and smart young man, and wish he was over here to be honest with you. But I think that's a no-brainer. With the situation that they were in, to go with him.
How do you go through that like a coach? I don't know if you've ever been through a situation like that, but it's got to be not easy. Do you just try to kind of steer the ship and maybe kind of stay the course as far as not changing too many things?
Yeah, I think so. I remember back to my first year, I got it pretty late. It wasn't in the middle of the year by any means, but it was late May, early June, and you really want to stick with what was already in place, and you wanted to continue to encourage and push your team, and stick to what's already in place, like I said, and I'm sure that's what he's doing, and trying to keep the kids, engaged and playing hard.
Helps when you have a quarterback who played a lot last year in Cam Canton-Wine. He likes to run the ball, especially last year. He was very physical. He had 6 rushing touchdowns against the Bobcats. He's thrown for over 1,200 yards, but he's thrown for 6 interceptions. Is this a game where you kind of want him to beat you through the air?
Yeah, I think so. He's got a strong arm, man. I think last week he threw a football that was 50 yards in the air, and then obviously the Roberts kid was faster than any of the defensive backs and just ran by him and caught it in the end zone. So it's going to be a challenge for our edge guys to keep him contained, and then once we get a guy to him to have all 11 swarmed, and our defensive backs have got to identify where the Roberts kid is and make sure that we're glued to him the entire play.
Roberts with an offer to his hometown team of the Iowa State Cyclones, 8 touchdown receptions. He also does a lot on special teams. Is that a key this week too?
On special teams, I'm really not sure. They switch so many guys around. As far as returners, I know a week ago he wasn't back there returning kicks, and they had a couple other guys, and then they threw a third new guy in. So if I was them, I'd put him back there for sure, just based on his talent alone and what we see on film. But, regardless of who it is, we got to make sure we're staying in our lanes and, avoiding opposite and getting down there and pinching in and closing in on the football.
Ames, their lone win of the season against the Roosevelt Rough Riders, but in that game, nearly 250 rushing yards for the Rough Riders. Do you feel like that's going to be a very successful point for your team on Friday night?
I hope so. It should be. We're at a point in our season where we've had a ton of reps, and our offensive line is making significant progress, and we were pleased with what we saw last Friday, and we're hopeful that we can make another jump this week.
Highway 30 rivalry, always a special one. What's this game come down to?
Whoever makes the least amount of mistakes. I could say that about every single football game, but I think now more than ever, that's going to really matter.
Good luck tonight.
All right, appreciate it.
All right, it's Ames in Marshalltown. We'll take a look at our Sandvik starting lineups when we come back. This is the Exterior Plus Home Remodeling pregame chat with head coach Adam Goodvin right here on your home for the Cats, KFJB-TV.
Bobcat Athletics on KFJB-TV is sponsored by Sports Plus, sportsplusTherapy.com. Wayward Social, the place for bowling, games, food, and more. And Wells Fargo Advisors of Marshalltown, helping you develop strategies for pursuing your financial goals.
Back at Ames High School for tonight's broadcast as the Bobcats taking on the Little Cyclones. Bobcats getting ready to take the field here in just a short amount of time. Be sure to hit the like and subscribe button. Support our broadcast here on KFJB-TV. Be sure to turn on those upcoming game alerts just like Dylan does so you don't miss any Bobcat action.
Definitely. I've got 7 YouTube accounts that I hit the subscribe button on.
So does my stepson, Deegan. We appreciate the support. All right, let's get to tonight's starting lineups. All brought to you by Sandvik Enterprises in Marshalltown. Let them deliver for you while we deliver you the starting lineup. First off, for the Ames Little Cyclone offense, it's Eli Cosby. He's a starting running back, 179 yards, 2 touchdowns on the ground. But the main runner is Cam Cantonwide, their starting quarterback. Over 1,000 yards through the air on the season, 11 touchdowns, but 6 interceptions, as Dylan alluded to a little bit ago. Starting at wide receiver, it'll be Jeff Roberts. He's a huge playmaker, 8 touchdowns on the year. He does have an offer from Iowa State to go play for the hometown Cyclones. Torian Cotton will be out there at wideout, as well as Brennan Swanson. And the tight end tonight, number 81, Dallas DeWine, 1 reception for 10 yards. It's Wilhite, Hertz, Nord, White, and Cochran on the offensive line for the Ames Little Cyclones, who are 1-5 behind former Marshalltown Bobcat, now head coach Ryan Bohan in his interim role. On the defensive line, Brandon Johnson comes in with 2 fumble recoveries. Blayton Busano is the defensive tackle, holding things down in the middle. A year ago in this game, he had 2 tackles and a half sack. Cam Thompson, the other end. Cole Martin at outside linebacker, along with Jackson Winkie. He's on the inside. Colden Bray is at middle linebacker. Jason Roberts at outside. Deshaun Whitley and TJ DeGroot at corners. Safeties are Brown and Muagai on the defensive side for the Ames Little Cyclones. We're going to step aside for the national anthem. Well, a big crowd showing out here tonight. You see Isaiah Cox, one of the members of the coaching staff, all-time leading rusher for Ottumwa, as they are undefeated coming into this one, as Ames coming off of a loss on the road at Ottumwa, 41-34 a week ago. All right, let's get the starters tonight for the Marshalltown Bobcats. Offensively, Jacob Hayes is at quarterback, as 21 of 47 on the season for 273 yards through the air, 3 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. Does have 96 rushing yards and 2 touchdowns on the season at quarterback. A week ago, 2 fumbles, an interception. He did have a touchdown pass, but it was a rough week. We look for a guy who, the junior quarterback, has been really pretty steady and solid all season long, but last week was probably a little bit of a learning lesson that, it takes all different phases of the game to be able to have a successful one.
It was not a game to write home about. It was a disease that spread on the fumble, but Jacob looked a little bit off last week. There was a couple moments in the past, but he looked off at points. He actually ran the ball pretty effectively, but could not get away from turning the ball over, threw a pick that should have been an easy 6, missed another wide open wide receiver that should have been another 6, and the Bobcats left too many points on the field and too many footballs lying on the ground.
Tyler England is a starting running back tonight. He had his first 100-yard rushing game a week ago. 31st in 5A in rushing yardage at 393. He'll be spelled by Davis Ragland, who has 1 touchdown rush on the season. Kyle Smith, Zane Moore at wide receiver. Aiden Smitherman is the slot. We'll see a lot of Sam Griesel and Ethan Gorsuch in that role tonight as well. Tight end is Lincoln Barker, and on the line, Xavier Verdinez, Jackson Hinkle, Max Reed, John, a.k.a. Jonathan Schaefer, and Arian Hancock. On the defensive side for the Marshalltown Bobcats tonight, it's Barker and Gomez at the ends. Hinkle's in the middle. Jamison Niehaus coming off a really good game last week. 5.5 total tackles, 2 tackles for a loss, as number 15 will get the start in that bandit role. Davis Ragland is in the middle at strong side. At weak side, at middle linebacker, it's J.J. Schoenfelder, and weak side is Zach Wilder. Corners, Juan Perez, Anga Pramada, and then Kyle Smith and Sam Griesel, the safeties tonight for the Marshalltown Bobcats. That is your starting lineup tonight for the Marshalltown Bobcats and the Ames Little Cyclones. Again, all brought to you by Sandvik Enterprises in Marshalltown. Let them deliver for you while we deliver you the starting lineup.
Life can take unexpected turns. Maybe you started college, but life got in the way. At Marshalltown Community College, we understand. It's never too late to chase your dreams. Come back to where your journey began. Rediscover your passion for learning and let us help you achieve your goals. Schedule a visit today at MarshalltownCommunityCollege.com.
Marshalltown Community College, a step in the right direction.
Go in. That's unlucky. We're gonna have to get creative. Might be in that valley of sin.
That sounds about where I would be at.
To the air for the first time tonight. Caught by Kyle Smith at the 20. 10-5. Touchdown, Kyle Smith. Breaking other tackles. First down, Bobcats. And this one's going to be blocked back at the 10-yard line. Touchdown, Bobcats. Looks to pass over the middle of the field. And Yohan Gomez catches it. 25. He's loose all the way in for a Bobcat touchdown. One man to beat, and he will. Pressure from behind by J.J. Schoenfelder. Intercepted. It's Niehaus.
Bobcat football starts now.
Week number 7 of the high school football season. Brandon Lewis, Dylan Doze alongside me as it is the Highway 30 rivalry. Bobcats taking the field to get things going on the road tonight. Let's take a look at our keys to the game here tonight. All brought to you by First Rate Real Estate, FirstRateTeam.com.
For Marshalltown, you got to turn over a new leaf. Last week, 7 turnovers, 6 fumbles. I had never seen 6 fumbles before. You have got to flush that, move forward. But then on the flip side, defensively, I think that they can get a pick here tonight, maybe a fumble recovery, eliminate the turnovers, and be plus in the turnover battle. Marshalltown has a great chance tonight. Ames, former Bobcat or current Bobcats with Ryan Bohan, does he have this team ready to go? The crowd loves him. The student section loves him. The parents love him. Tonight, can he lead Ames to victory here on senior night?
Bobcats coming off a loss, 44-17 against Waterloo West last week. Look a little bit more lopsided than what it really was in that final stat line. Kickoff tonight is all presented by Century 21, the Poly Real Estate team. New name, same amazing service, now with more options. Luis Monghay, our Cat connection tonight. He has got it teed up at the 40 as we are ready to go tonight as the Bobcat defense will take the field first as Ames will set out their offense behind Cam Canton-Wine. 21 kickoffs, 4 touchbacks for Luis. Week 7, the Highway 30 rivalry underway in Ames. And this one is going to sail all the way into the end zone for the 5th touchback of the season for Luis, showing off that strong leg right there to open it up. That's something the Bobcats don't want to do special teams-wise because Jeff Roberts back there, he's already returned 1 for a touchdown this season. Bobcats will have to be clean on that side of the ball.
Bobcats have given up 4 kickoff returns for touchdowns, so if Monghay can kick it in the end zone, that's what we should do all night long. He looked good. He made a 48-yard field goal in pregame as well. He's got a huge leg.
And that wind behind him right there is Cam Canton-Wine will be in the shotgun formation. Has his wide running back, Eli Cosby, to his left. He's going to hand it off. He'll go off of right tackle, but the Bobcats pursue well. Davis Ragland in there to help make the stop right away, as well as Owen Eaton, the senior. And the Ames Little Cyclones just a pickup of 1 on first down as they move left to right on your radio dial and on your TV screen as they are on the near side hash.
Yeah, nice job by Zach Wilder cutting in. Again, Bobcats in that 3-4. Zach was able to get him, and then Davis Ragland and others, as you said, were able to wrap him up and knock him down.
4 wide receivers set here for Ames. Canton-Wine pushed out of the pocket near side by Johan Gomez. He's going to run down to the near sideline, pushed out at the 30. That's going to be a first down for Canton-Wine unless he's spotted just short, and he will be. It looks like it's going to be a gain of about 7 yards to make it almost a third down and a long 1 here for the Ames Little Cyclones. Ball in the near side hash.
It looked like there was a couple blocking the backs and a hold, but nothing called there. Bobcats, can they come up big? They did against Waterloo West in a similar situation.
Heavy set here for Ames. Jeff Roberts to the top of the screen. Handoff, and boom, in the backfield. Johan Gomez helps make the stop for the Bobcat defense, who buries Cosby in the backfield for a loss of 3 yards. It's going to bring up 4th down, and the defense really coming out strong here tonight.
Gomez was so quickly back there, it looked like they were running an I formation. He put it right in there. Not a chance. Bobcats defensive line and linebackers dominating a much smaller Ames offensive line than what we're used to.
Kyle Smith is back to return for the Bobcats. Out to punts. Austin McIntyre, 8 punts, 40-yard average.
He looks good.
He's trying to give Johan a run for his money. Blocking just there in time. A shank on the punt. It's going to be near midfield. Does take a little bit of a bounce. Kyle Smith picks it up, and he'll return it 5 yards up to midfield as he picked it at the 45. And good field position for the Bobcats after the defense does the dirty work.
It looks like, I bet Kyle saved us about 13 yards right there. Really loved that it wasn't a difficult bounce, kind of bounced right up, and he had a running start, being able to get it to the 50, because that looked like it had kind of the bounce trajectory to be down to the 35, and a great job by Kyle.
Officially spotted at the 49-yard line, so on their own side of the field for at least one play here. Tyler England is the running back in this flexbone offense. Hayes underneath center. 2 wide receivers to the far side of the field. Hand off to England on first down. He's going to get over the 50 And push back. It's a 2-yard pickup. He's to the 49 on the Ames side of the field at the Cyclone logo in the middle of Ames High School football field here tonight. So beautiful week number 7. We've been pretty lucky all season long. The wind and temperature have been good.
This has been the most beautiful football season as far as weather goes. But you look at starting position. Waterloo West last week, their first 5 possessions were in Bobcat territory. Bobcats at terrible position. This week, that seems to be reversed a little bit. Bobcats in much better territory.
England, the running back, will get the handoff again, and he busts off of 3 tackles, runs a Cyclone over. He's down to the 36-yard line, moves the sticks. He's averaging 6 yards per carry, and he's going to continue to climb up the 5A rankings in rushing yards. He's at 31st right now for just a young sophomore.
And you really look a great run here. And what we've talked about a ton, he does not he does not stop his feet, and he has great patience. And he's going to be a 1,000-yard rusher. It's just what season does he become that? He's a really dynamic back.
Hayes takes a snap after putting Gorsuch in motion, keeps it, pulls it out. Hayes is going to run over the 30 and down inside to the 28-yard line. As Hayes really good right there as feeling it out, took it out of England's carry, and a nice little run off to the far side of the field.
And that's one thing Jacob did do well. It was one of the bright spots he did last week. I thought he ran the ball better than he has. I also thought the pitch game was a lot better most of the time than it had been all year long.
So a 7-yard pickup on first down. It's going to be 2nd down and 3 for the Bobcats on the Ames 28-yard line and going in. Hayes drops back, looking to pass. He has pressure all over him, and he'll be slung down back at the 35-yard line. That's been the bugaboo this year. The blocking has just not been there long enough for those passing plays to develop.
Well, in that pass play, all 3 routes were deep. All 3 routes with all wide receivers, so there's nothing short to check down to, so he just had to wait.
Yeah. And it was Colden Bray, the linebacker, who was able to get in there and make the play. So it's a loss of 6. It'll be 3rd down and 9 for the Bobcats. England the back. And goes in motion. Handoff to England. Slips a couple of tackles. Ball comes out late. Ball rolls up to the 30, though. And the Bobcats try to scramble on it, and they will. It's the big man down there doing the dirty work for the Bobcats. Owen Eaton able to get back on that one, luckily for the Bobcats, and keep possession. But even though that was a fumble, it does result in positive yardage.
Tyler's got to put both hands on. That's his 3rd fumble in 2 weeks. I'm a little surprised they're going for it with the wind. I definitely think Luis can hit from 47.
Bobcats put Gorsuch in motion. They fake, and it's 4th down and 5 for the Bobcats. Ball resting at the 30-yard line. Check to the sideline. Hayes has the play, and timeout's going to be called with 7:31 in the opening quarter of play. We will take a timeout with them. This is Bobcat football. You're watching KFJB-TV.
McGregor's Furniture and Mattress is your local furniture store in Marshalltown, and they are proud to support Marshalltown Bobcat Athletics. If you want to kick off football season in a new recliner, pass the bread at a beautiful new dining set, or lay up on a luxurious sectional sofa, McGregor's is the right play. Score the mattress of your dreams with an assist from their friendly and knowledgeable staff. You'll be the household MVP when you bring home the winning selections at McGregor's Furniture and Mattress, downtown Marshalltown, open 7 days a week.
Back at Ames High School, it's the Highway 30 rivalry tonight. And a timeout on 4th and 5 for the Bobcat offense. Looks like Luis Monghay will be out for a long field goal attempt. He does have the wind behind him. He just sent the opening kickoff of the night into the back of the end zone. And when he was warming up, he made some long-range field goals.
And he was going into the wind, and he made 47-48 was the cap. 50 was just a little short. With the wind, he has enough leg. Will he be able to kick it clean?
47-yarder lined up. Gorsuch is the holder. Monghay is set. He's good to go. Field goal is up. It looks good, and it is good. Right. Oh, no, just off to the right. It slipped off at the last second. It looked like it was going to be good, but did just miss. And that will end up in no points for the Bobcats after what looked to be a promising opening drive.
Yeah, a couple good run plays there. Bobcats got it into a chance to score. Luis had plenty of leg, just slid off to the left side. But that's a big weapon that the Bobcats, at least if they can get it on plus side of the field, they will have opportunities to score tonight. Need to execute, though.
So just missing on that one for Mung Hae, and the Bobcats defense back out there with 7:26 in the opening quarters. Cantonwine getting his wide receivers all lined up, all resting in the middle field. Now has to beckon one of his wide receivers into motion, and it will be a sweep to the left side of the formation for the running back on the handoff to Cosby. He'll plow ahead for quite a few yards, a 6-yard pickup on first down. It'll be 2nd and 4. Ball now resting on the far side hash as Ames in their home. Black tops, black bottoms, black helmets. Bobcats in the complete opposite. White tops, bottoms, blue numbers, and the white helmets.
One of the things you have seen, they did drop back to pass, didn't throw a pass, with Cantonwine ending up running. 4 running plays to start out this game. You cannot fall asleep with the stack now with Roberts in motion.
Roberts moves from the left side to the right side now. 3 wide receivers to the near side. They run out in the flat, and it's going to be caught by Brennan Swanson. He's up to the 40 and finally driven out of bounds as he gets to the 43-yard line, as Ragland and Seth Smith, as well as Zach Wilder, all there to help make the stop. It's a big first down, the first one of the night for the Ames Little Cyclones.
It was a really well-designed play as Roberts went into motion, so then they had levels. Roberts on the underneath, Swanson on that next level, and found him. That was a really nice play design.
Ames at their own 43-yard line, near side hash. Cantonwine will call for it. 4 wide receivers set. Wide receiver screen to Jeff Roberts, and he was looking for 6 before he caught it. He'll drop the ball behind the line of scrimmage, incomplete. It'll be 2nd down and 10.
At first, that was pretty parallel. It definitely was a forward pass, but it was right on the precipice on those. If you don't take the right angles, he threw it at it was about a half-yard forward.
So at the 43-yard line, they'll break the huddle. 2nd and 10, Cantonwine with a tight end on the right side of the line. A high snap, brings it down, hands it off to Cosby. Cosby slips a Bobcat at the 45, gets to the 50, now reverses back towards midfield, breaks another tackle, finally brought down as Juan Pablo Perez and Kyle Smith with an ankle tackle there. But Sam Griesel was not able to get it initially, but Bobcats do find the stop with 6:23 in the opening quarter as the Little Cyclones now in Bobcat territory.
Yeah, you look at this, a lot of it's just some dancing, hiding behind the black. A great job just waiting there behind Roberts' block, and it looks like Zach Wilder just at the end is able to wrap him up. Zach's had a pretty good game so far in the first 2 drives. Bobcats need a stop.
3-4 defense for the Bobcats here tonight against Ames. Cantonwine will look for it as he calls for it. Passes out far side of the field as Swanson makes his 2nd catch of the night just over the 40. And that'll be good yardage on first down again. That looks like their mantra. That's what they've been the past few years. They're all about those quick passes, getting guys out in space because they know they have some playmakers out there.
And you've seen a little bit of a change in play calling. You start with 3 run calls and a pass call. Now you've seen 3 pass calls and a run call. They're trying to mix it up, and they keep trying to extend that defense to have to look at different fronts and to be able to react to it.
2nd and 3 at the 36. In Bobcat territory, 3 wide receivers to the near side. It's going to be a screen play, but it's too hot to handle for the running back at Eli Cosby. Incomplete, and that will bring up 3rd down and manageable for Ames. 3rd and 3 as we stand at 5:17 in the opening quarter.
And you see this replay is, of course, they let it go, and it was just, that thing was Nolan Ryan.
Niehaus was in the area, so maybe he was kind of trying to bait him into something right there, but nevertheless, Cantonwine's pass too hard. Ames taking a little while now, breaking the huddle with 15 seconds on the play clock. 2 wide receivers to the near side. Cosby stands to the left of his quarterback, and he'll get the handoff on 3rd and 3. He's got the first down as the Bobcats will bring him down after a 4-yard pickup to move the chains. Ragland in there to make the stop as well as Wilder.
And the offensive line for the Ames Little Cyclones has done a much better job here in this second drive. From left tackle to right, Casey Wilhite at left, Clayton Hurts at guard, Nord, White, and Cochran have all been much better in this second drive.
Ticking under 5 minutes in the opening quarter as Ames will head to the line of scrimmage in Bobcat territory on their second drive. First drive, they had to punt it away. Canton Wine will take it himself. A designed QB run right up the middle. Niehaus and him collide near the first down marker and push back. I think it's going to be about a 9-yard pickup, but Canton Wine ran for 6 touchdowns in this game a year ago, just ate up the Bobcats on the ground.
Yeah, that was not a fun memory you just drudged up.
Just the facts, Dylan. Ames doesn't like facts either. We found that out in the pregame show. We pointed out Ryan Bohan is a Marshalltown graduate, and that was not...
It was a little feisty.
They were not appreciative of that fact. Second and short for Ames. Canton Wine will take it. He's going to roll out near side. Jamison Niehaus in his face, and Canton Wine will sail the pass out of bounds on the near side. As that one looked like it was intended for Torian Cotton. Has his jersey rolled up, so it's hard to read from the front, but it is Cotton.
It was a really nice job by Niehaus. One-on-one, and Canton Wine tried to juke him, and he just stayed home. He's just a really sound football player and forced Canton Wine with the bad pass.
3:59 to go in the opening quarter in the Highway 30 rivalry tonight. Brandon Lewis, Dylan Dose alongside me. A beautiful night in Ames. Ames driving into a little bit of a breeze here on this drive. Third down and short. Bobcats inching towards the line. A quick pass out to the far side. And it's going to be a first down, and this might be 6. Diving for the pylon on the far side, Brennan Swanson, he's in. It's a touchdown strike of 24 yards, and Ames takes the lead 6-0.
And this is all because they are able to get out of the slot and the wide out. It's basically a 2-on-1 matchup with the way the Bobcats are dropped back in coverage. So once, all you have to do is that outside wide receiver has to be able to block and potentially hold on the outside there and be able to run up the sideline.
Was that your subtle way of getting in a jab there that maybe a penalty should have been called?
Potentially.
Well, they score at 3:50 in the opening quarter as Joseph Matos is on for the PAT. It's up, and that one just inside the left upright. It looked like that was almost missed. Coming in, Matos 15 of 18 on his point after touchdowns.
Dairy Queen has so many fantastic treats and delicious food, it's hard to know what to order first. So we're asking Marshalltown Mikey to help us decide. From burgers, baskets, and sides to blizzards, cakes, and more, both Marshalltown locations are serving up everything you love. Right now, try our chicken strip basket, available in a variety of flavors, and the blizzard of the month is our new caramel Java chip.
I'm gonna need more time.
Get Dairy Queen delivered, or at both Marshalltown locations.
.350 in the opening quarter tonight. Ames drives down the field, and an 80-yard drive results in a 24-yard touchdown pass. Canton Wine to Swanson as they're able to put that one in the end zone from 24 yards out. But a well-executed play. You talked about the blocking, able to do the other aspects down the field. We'll see how the Bobcats can respond. Kickoff all presented by the Poly Real Estate Team, Century 21. Let Kristen and Kurt Poly offer you the knowledge and service you deserve. Aiden Smitherman, Sam Griesel back to return for the Bobcats. As Joseph Matos is on for the kickoff. Just one touchback this season as he'll pooch it at the 20, and it's out of bounds. And the Bobcats will get it at the 35 with great starting position.
And I think you look at back there, Smitherman's popped a couple big plays recently, and Griesel has a kickoff return for a touchdown. So you want to kick away from him, but there's a difference between a squib and kicking it out of bounds. Bobcats will happily take the football at the 35.
So good starting field position. Bobcats had really good starting field position at their own 49 last drive, but a 47-yard field goal by Luis Monghay was no good. So drive number 2, Bobcats got bailed out. They recovered a fumble by Tyler England. And it looks like Davis Ragland is now the back on the second drive. Hayes. He'll give an end around to Smitherman. He's got a seam. He gets around the edges. He's outside the numbers at the 50 to the 40. Linebackers trying to chase him down. He gave a little bit of a juke. He's caught by the ankles at the 10 as he slides down. But a huge gain by Aiden Smitherman.
Jackson Winky, what it said in senior night, he's going to Bolivia to build tree houses. We don't think it's true, but he chopped down Aiden Smitherman right there. And Aiden almost, I think if he would have just went, he kind of slowed down to see if he needed to juke him. If he would have just kept sprinting, I think that was 6.
Officially spotted out at the 11-yard line. So huge gain right there by Aiden Smitherman. And the Bobcats in business to strike right back. 54-yard gain. We'll see if the Bobcats can get something on this play as they hand off to Ragland. He's down to the 5. And that's going to be a gain of 6 yards.
Arian Hancock, you see this is a great one. Great run. It's right here where he tries to slow up. I think he could have scored, but that next run by Davis Ragland, Hancock thought they were at the goal line, and he put up the touchdown sign, and they have it at the 5.
Bobcats in the Effington Heating and Cooling red zone. We're not comfortable until you are. Bobcats can get a first down at the 1.5. It's second down. Hand off to Ragland. He's met right at the line of scrimmage at the 5 on 2nd and 4. So it'll be 3rd down and 4. 2.5 minutes to go in the opening quarter, but huge play by Smitherman. And, you know, that's the thing. Bobcats can't lose their confidence tonight. Got to stay physical against their rival in the Little Cyclones tonight. 3rd down and 4 as the Bobcats stare to the sideline for the play call.
And it felt on that one that Jacob should have kept it. It's that defensive end crashed in, which usually means you hold the ball and you don't hand it off there.
Hayes underneath center, puts Gorsuch in motion. Fakes the handoff, keeps it himself. He's going to pick up nearly a first down, and he will as he dives for the sticks on 3rd and 4.
They're calling it 4th.
And they're going to call it 4th. It looked like he had the first, but it's going to be inches to go. 4th down for the Bobcats.
We are at a very interesting angle because it seems what they are putting on the field versus what we're seeing up here.
Yeah, it is a tough angle up here. Hayes underneath center, QB sneak, but the whistles blow before the snap, and Ames knew it. They'll take a timeout. 1:32 to go in this opening quarter. So Bobcats need a first down. Then they'll have 4 downs to get it into the end zone. They need about a half yard to do so. You love the QB sneak. It's worked all year, but now they know what's coming.
I like the QB sneak if Jacob gets his pad level down. If he comes out of center and he stands up, I think he's dead in the water. He's got to be able to ride either to the right or the left A-gap and be able to push it in there. But if he gets stood up, that's where you don't know if he can make that half yard.
So just a minute 32, 92 seconds still in to be specific.
Right. That's that quick math that we love up here.
Where's the suit coat? I thought you were going to wear a suit coat tonight.
I was at a conference all day, had the suit coat on all day, pocket square, and I had just enough time, and I was like, I am baking in
You
this
told
thing.
me to wear mine, and I had so many jokes lined up for why you're wearing a suit coat in 80-degree weather, but that all went aside when I saw what you were wearing tonight. You look good, though, by the way.
Thank you, sir.
4.5 yard. Bobcats in the Effington Heating and Cooling red zone. Hayes will get underneath center. 1B back behind him. Put a man in motion. They'll hand it off left side. Touchdown. Ragland gets in from 3 yards out. Davis Ragland, his second rushing touchdown of the season. And it's 7-6. Bobcats PAT pending.
And that was a great wrinkle to what you said, is like they've seen that that's what they're going to do. So instead, go to that little option to your B-back right behind you, hand it in. Davis is tough, too. Davis is not going to go down with a little arm tackle.
No.
And he just basically walked in. Bobcats with a huge response.
Mongeay on for the PAT. Gorsuch holds. It's up, and it is good. And we are tied at 7 with 1:29 in the opening quarter on KFJB-TV.
Live on stage is country. Live on stage is rock and roll. Live on stage is classical. Live on stage is jazz. One of the hottest up-and-coming acts in the country pop genre come to Marshalltown October 22nd. The Hall Sisters combine stunning harmonies with brilliant musicianship. They've performed at the Grand Ole Opry and bring their show to Marshalltown's Performing Arts Center. Tickets are $25 each or free with your Live on Stage subscription. The Hall Sisters, Tuesday, October 22nd.
7-7 our score as the Bobcats drive down the field, a 65-yard drive, and Davis Ragland punches in with a 4-yard touchdown rush. That is how you respond right there to an Ames touchdown.
And it was such a nice job by the slot going in the spin to Aiden Smitherman and him being able, because no Cyclones went with him, and those that did, he could outrun. Huge play, got him set up on the doorstep, executed well. Touchdown. It's 7-7. Love the fight from the Bobcats early.
Kickoff presented by Century 21, the Poly Real Estate team. Monghay, his first kickoff of the night, into the back of the end zone for a touchback. We'll see what he does on kickoff number 2 with the wind behind his back. Waiting for the officials to get ready, as it looks like they are good to go. Back to return, it is Torian Cotton, the junior, for Ames. Kickoff away from the 40, and this one looks like that will sail into the end zone as well for the second time tonight. Couple of touchbacks. That's the game changer. You see that at the college and the NFL level. If you can get a kicker that consistently get into the back of the end zone, take that threat away, it is a huge boost for special teams.
If your kicker can get touchbacks, it doesn't matter how flawed that kickoff coverage team is. And this has been a really nice breath of fresh air after some of the difficulties we've had there.
All aided by a huge 54-yard run by Aiden Smitherman.
Yeah, he was able, he's got great jets, so once he's able to get in space, he can pick him up and put him down pretty quickly.
Bobcats forced to punt on the first Ames drive and then seeded an 80-yard touchdown drive. Now for the third time tonight, they put a man in motion, different running back than we've seen here tonight. And he'll sprint ahead up to the 25 and just over the 25. He's getting the carry right there, Braxton Brown, the junior.
Yeah, just a nice little outside run there, able to get ahead of steam. Bobcats are playing defenses in that second drive and this drive a little bit on their heels. They're allowing Ames just to come at them full speed, and they seem to be giving up ground before just attacking the ball carrier.
So Brown picks up 7. It's second down and 3. Ball on the far side of hash, trips near side. Roberts is split out to his far side of the field by himself, and a false start's going to be called on Ames. That'll back him up 5 yards with 43 seconds to go in the opening quarter.
That's fantastic. Great job now. Instead of second and short, which they were routinely in that last drive, now they have to deal with 2nd and 8, 2nd and 9. Bobcats with those 4 wide out, it spreads out the linebacker core and really spreads out the Bobcats defense, where they've been able to find holes to run on RD.
Swanson, Cotton, and Jensen to the near side split out as they will pass it to Swanson again. He makes his 3rd reception of the night, driven down at the 26-yard line eventually. A decent pickup, but it is going to force 3rd down and medium range. 3rd down and 4 at the 26-yard line.
Much better job by the Bobcats here. They funneled it to the inside. Niehaus set the edge pretty well, funneled it back to the tacklers.
So 3rd down coming up, and Ames is going to let the first quarter come to an end. It's all knotted up at 7s in the Highway 30 rivalry. A scoreboard update with Jet Brooks on the other side on KFJB-TV.
At Sports Plus Sports Medicine and Physical Therapy Center, we customize each patient's treatment plan to their individual needs. What does that mean? It means that not every back or knee problem is treated the same, and that your program will be unique and designed especially for your needs or problem. This improves how quickly you will return to work or sports. The Sports Plus staff is encouraging and takes pride in your successful recovery. This is just one more reason why champions choose Sports Plus Physical Therapy as their favorite place to rehabilitate and train.
Jeff Brooks here with the Central State Bank scoreboard update. We're waiting on West Marshall to kick off tonight at home in State Center. They're against Prairie City Monroe. It's always a tough game for them. Prairie City 6-0, West Marshall 5-1. We'll see if they can get that game won tonight. East Marshall against Waterloo Columbus this evening. Currently at the end of the first quarter, it's tied 0-0. Gladbrook Rhinebeck against Clark County 21-0. Gladbrook Rhinebeck leads that game. And Waukee versus Southeast Polk. Southeast Polk leads with a couple minutes left in the first, 7-0 over Waukee. Ankeny Centennial leads Roosevelt 14-3 at the end of the first quarter. Now return you to Brandon Lewis and Dylan Doze right here on News Talk 1230 KFJB and KFJB-TV.
Awesome stuff. Yeah, Southeast Polk Rams taking that early 7-0 lead. It's tied all 7-7 here at Ames High School between the Bobcats and the Little Cyclones. It's a pivotal third down as we come back to the second quarter. 3rd and 4. Canton-Wine passes out to the far side of the field. Good pursuit. Ragland with a stick to prevent a first down. It's about a 2-yard gain, but it's going to bring up 4th down and 2 for Ames on their own side of the field. And Ragland with a huge hit right there, Dylan.
Yeah, it was everything's in front of. They're doing a much better job of attacking on that, not allowing that slot receiver just to run where they want. Jamison Niehaus caused some disruption. Davis Ragland cleared it up at the end, and they look like they're going for it.
Going for it on their own 29-yard line. Canton-Wine, the quarterback keeper, stopped in the backfield. Huge play by the Bobcats. And just a week ago, he was our player of the game. And it's Jamison Niehaus with another huge play. A stop in the backfield on the quarterback, Canton-Wine.
Everybody wants to be a River City gambler and go for it until you get stopped. Great job by the Bobcats. They had it sniffed out. You have to then get 6. If you're going to get the ball at the 28, you've got to put it in the end zone.
Man, that is a couple of huge plays by the linebackers. This is one school that's been blessed by just a ton of really talented linebackers.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that is how Duncan Furch coaches football. But man alive, it may be a new group, but they're always a productive group.
1st down and 10, and a false start for the Bobcats right off of the huge defensive play. So that'll be 1st and 15 for the Bobcats. They were at the 28-yard line, so this will be backed up to the 33, and it will be 1st and 15.
And England's back in after last drive was Davis's drive. And we've seen this a little bit, one drive.
Yep.
But England's got to hold on to the football. He's a very talented back. He has put the ball on the ground a lot in the last couple weeks.
11:09, second quarter, 7-7 between Ames and Marshalltown. And another flag is going to fly. It looks like Zane Moore was lined up offside. And that's going to back up the Bobcats for 1st and 20.
This is ridiculous.
Zane Moore and the official had a brief discussion there. So that's not how you want to start out this drive. Zane Moore, just a sophomore, wide receiver. They always teach you to check with that far side official and help yourself kind of avoid that from happening.
Yeah, that's a completely unforced error.
So now back to the 38-yard line. Hayes keeps it, pulls it out of the belly of England, and he's going to be dropped back at the line of scrimmage, maybe about a half-yard loss. It'll bring up 2nd down and forever.
This is just a really unfortunate stop. You get the ball at the 28-yard line, back-to-back false starts, and then a nothing burger on the play. You have got to be able to execute on miscues better than this.
Zay Moore, the wide receiver, split out on the near side of the field. Gorsuch, Smitherman, the slots. B-back is England. And the end around to Smitherman, and the Bobcats will get 4 yards on the gain as Smitherman not able to sneak through a little bit of the pressure as he's brought down at the 35-yard line. Need to get all the way down
to the 17-yard line, basically, for a first down here, Dylan. And Bobcats,
and I think
tough position with a 3rd and long.
And I think you feel like you need to at least get 7 or 8 to feel comfortable trying another field goal. Jonathan Schaefer had a nice block there. Thought Aiden might be able to get a few more. Couldn't quite elude the next tackler.
England is the back. Bobcats packing it in tight. Put a man in motion. Pitch it out to Smitherman again on the far side of the field. He's going to be dropped for a gain of only 1 yard, but it looked like face mask is going to be the call, and that'll be a first down as Smitherman got up, pulling on his face mask right away as the flag flew in as he was being tackled by 3 Ames Little Cyclones on the far side of the field. So 3rd down and 17. It was looking to be about 4th and 16. It looks like the Bobcats will get a free first down here.
Let's see what they're calling here. And Ames is backing up.
And face mask is the indication it looked like there as they were talking it out. And so that will be an automatic first down for the Bobcats.
Feels
and they're going to mark off the 15-yarder.
It feels like any mistake we can make one bigger is kind of how this drive ended up in a first down. Bobcats dead in the water. Ames bails them out.
Is it not an automatic first down at the high school level? I
Yes,
thought it was.
It should be.
Evidently it's not. So they're going to replay 3rd down. That's interesting. I didn't quite think that was the rule. 3rd and 2. Not an automatic first down. Handoff to England right up the gut, and he will get the first down himself as he gains 3. Needed 2 to get the job done, but picks up 3, and it will be first down for the Bobcats, as the Bobcats will be, for the 2nd time tonight, in the Ethington Heating and Cooling red zone. Ethington Heating and Cooling, we're not comfortable until you are. So big carry right there for the sophomore.
Nice job of holding on to it, because in a ton of traffic there, he was able to keep those legs turning.
So first down and 10, ball on the far side hash in Ames territory at the 17-yard line. Hayes fakes a pitch out to the far side. He'll roll out near side, looking to pass, and he's going to sail this one deep over the head of his intended wide receiver as he was looking for Kyle Smith at the 10-yard line. It'll be 2nd down and 10.
I thought Jacob did a nice job of just throwing it away. He had to elude a rush, was able to get his arm free. No one was open. Instead of trying to force it, which we've seen him do at points this year, he just threw it to the green grass. A great pursuit there by number 47, Artem Karajev. I did not pronounce that right. I think it's Karajev.
I'll let you handle that one for the rest of the night. Seems like you've got it.
I think we got it on the 4th try.
2nd down and 10. Handoff inside to Ragland, and he's going to keep those legs moving all the way down to the 11-yard line as Davis Ragland here tonight, already a touchdown on the ground as he gets his 4th carry of the night. And that one a nice one to make it a more 3rd down and manageable, as it will be 3rd and 4, a 6-yard pickup. Ball still on the far side of hash as the Bobcats in Little Cyclone territory.
It feels a little bit that Goodvin might be a little bit more comfortable, especially in scoring, with Ragland here tonight after England has put the ball on the ground a little bit. You know Davis is going to hold on to that rock.
And the Bobcats, with a hard count by Hayes, draws Ames offside, and that will be a first down. 3rd and 4, an offside penalty, a 5-yard penalty, and the Bobcats will be inside the 10 with a 1st and goal.
And you can't forget this drive all started by stopping Ames on 4th and 2 at their own 28-yard line.
Bailed out by a face mask call because the Bobcats had 1st and 20.
Yeah, they were at 1st and 20. I think at the moment they were at 3rd and 17.
Yeah. 8:09 in the 2nd quarter as the clock is stopped after the penalty. We're all tied at 7-7, 1st and goal at the 6. Hayes will put a man in motion, hand off to Ragland. Keeps it himself. He's got a second rushing touchdown of the night. This time a 6-yard rumble off left tackle.
And there is a group of Marshalltown faithful on the other side of that field that are really quite excited. Bobcats, 2 touchdowns. Davis Ragland, 2 trips to the end zone. Big opportunity for the Bobcats, and they cashed in on it.
8:03 in the second quarter. Bobcats striking for that 6. Luis Monge is on for the PAT. Low snap. Gorsuch brings it in, but the PAT is going to be missed to the far side. Off to the left. It's no good, and our score will stay 13-7, 8:03 second quarter on KFJB-TV.
Wayward Social is the place for fun. With 20 lanes of bowling, leagues for all levels, great food and drink options, an awesome arcade, there is a ton of fun to be had at Wayward Social. And that's just on the inside. Step outside and enjoy patio life at Gutter Point with drinks, shuffleboard, live music, and fun atmosphere. Follow Wayward Social on Facebook for updates on specials and live music. It is all on South 6th Street in Marshalltown. Visit wayward-social.com to plan your next visit to the place for fun.
Now, Bobcat Live will be actually next Thursday as Dylan will be in the hot seat.
I will be. We're excited for it. Zach and I were talking on the way up. We've got an interesting kind of broadcast schedule coming up, so I'm excited to be there.
Yeah.
And we get a couple in a row. I'm shaking off that Bobcat Live rust.
The 24th you'll be hosting because I'll be in Iowa City with volleyball.
Yeah, and will that be our first dual broadcast?
It will be our first dual broadcast on KFJB-TV.
So this is what I'll say.
Which one will have higher views?
Watch
We'll
volleyball
see.
and come back to the coaches show. Support the volleyball team. Come
back.
back.
The coaches show is from 6 to 7, then volleyball tips off at 7.
So then
You'll be part of my pregame show.
And
you'll be eating into my pregame.
We are going to talk some basketball that night as well. So
yeah, looking forward to it. Century 21 kickoff is away by Luis Monge into the wind. A high boot. Takes a backwards bounce. Ames has to scramble for it. They'll pick it up at the 25-yard line and get around containment. Monge is there, though, at the 45 to make the stop. As on the return, it's Torian Cotton. And that was a tough one because it was so high. Ames was not given any thought to it, and it bounced backwards. And then a scramble drill ensued, and that's when guys get out of their lanes and things get a little hairy.
Thank goodness for Torian Cotton, because Roberts was talking to somebody else, thought they'd get it. Just everybody was discombobulated. Cotton makes a great play, and then a missed tackle there by Pramana, and they were able to get up to the 45.
13-7, Bobcats leading second quarter. Cantonwine. Design QB run to the far side as he's going to be brought down by Johan Gomez as well as Niehaus on the stop as Cantonwine will get 1 yard up to the 46-yard line.
That was a great play by Gomez. First, he beat his offensive lineman, got pushed into the backfield, made Cantonwine kind of round out his run and was able to get back in time to make the tackle. Number 84 with a huge play there.
Bobcats already over 100 yards of rushing in this game. 44 on the ground for Ames after that 1 yard run. 2nd and 9 on the far side. Ames on their own side of the field. Cantonwine drops back, looks to pass. It's high for Roberts as reading it well was Niehaus. He was underneath, and Cantonwine knew he couldn't throw that one flat. It'll be 3rd down and 9.
I think he's very lucky he overthrew that football because Niehaus would have saw a lot of green in front of him if he would have thrown that on the money.
Niehaus already 1 interception on the season. 5.5 total tackles, 2 TFLs last week. He has 26 total tackles, a half sack, an interception, a fumble recovery. He's found ways to do things, and he's always in the right spot.
Yeah, he just makes play after play after play. He's really, really fun to watch.
Linebackers showing pressure on 3rd and 9 for Cantonwine as he'll drop back. Linebackers drop back in coverage. Cantonwine's going to look to scramble. He's got pressure all over him. He's backing up all the way back to the 30. Now we'll lace one deep. It's incomplete. Just wide of Leo Jensen, his intended target. Niehaus in coverage downfield as Johan Gomez as well as getting the pressure. We saw him last week getting a couple of runs. It's Gaston Ferris, the sophomore.
Gaston Ferris, we wanted to see him in person. He's listed at 5'5", but he's playing 6'5". That was a great job, great hustle.
And Gaston, he literally had his foot on the pedal.
That's
You see what I did there?
I saw what you did there.
And we're going to get a timeout by the Bobcats with 7:03 in the second quarter, 13-7. Bobcats leading.
This is where, you don't want to be greedy, but you want to see Bobcats, their 3 drives, they missed a field goal that was quite close. Next 2 drives, touchdown, missed that extra point. You want to see the Bobcats continue to execute offensively at a high level.
Coming up at halftime, it is our Scouting America halftime show. We'll get stats, highlights. We're also going to talk to Avery Mobley, athletic trainer. He's all over the place. We'll find out just how many sports he's in charge of taking care of, which, no surprise, it's all of them.
Yes.
But my favorite part of the interview, he literally lists all of them, so you have to stick around. It's very good. He's sharp as a tack up there.
So can you fit all those sports in the halftime break?
I'm not quite sure about that.
We have to play it at 3 times speed.
Yeah. All right, punt crew is out on 4th and 9 for Ames after the Bobcats just got after Cam Cantonwine. And the punt crew with Austin McIntyre back there. Shanked his first one, and this one's going to be a high one up in the breeze. It'll hit at the 25-yard line and bounce down to the 22-yard line. So a high bounce kind of goes sideways. And decent field position with 6:50. Second punt of the night for the Ames Little Cyclone offense. They also had a turnover on downs.
Bobcats defense has come to play, and it's happened in these last couple drives. They've been getting pressure at the line of scrimmage, which is really, really helpful, but really good coverage on that back end as well.
Bobcats kicked off to begin the game, so this is huge. You drive down the field, maybe a long drive, you get another touchdown before halftime, and you get it out of halftime. That would be a huge momentum booster here in week number 7 as the Bobcats looking for their first victory of the year. Coming in at 0-6. Ames is 1-5. An end around to Smitherman. Tries to cut around a couple of Ames Little Cyclones, as actually that was Gorsuch on the carry. He'll get a few as it's a pickup of 3, 2nd down and 7 coming from the near side hash.
There should be a rule against playing the same position and being 2 and 3. You should have to switch it up because they're built the same, they look the same.
They do, yeah.
And it's a really easy misspoke opportunity.
And when they're running low, the number gets crunched, and you can't, Have some love for the broadcasters.
That's right.
Hayes underneath center, puts a man in motion, handoff to England, and he'll dive ahead for nearly 2 yards. And it's going to be 3rd down for the Bobcats coming up here, 3rd and about 4 yards to go. So interesting in the playbook. Do you maybe take a deep shot? Maybe they haven't really done that so far tonight.
I'm anticipating this gets to your 3rd option. This may be potential pitch, looking at with your slot backs. You have that single, or do you look to something to the tight end? Do you look because they're 10-11 in the box. Could Lincoln Barker sneak out on that top side?
3rd and 4. Bobcats will end it around to Smitherman, and he's not able to. Oh, he does slip out of a tackle, and it's going to be 4th and 1. So a 3-yard pickup. It looked like he was going to be stopped at the line of scrimmage, but rolls off of a couple of Little Cyclones, and this will be interesting here. A short 4th down.
They called it a first down.
Oh, they did. Wow. Ames, number 19, the edge, Brandon Johnson, was surprised by that. He had his arms kind of pleading to the officials. We look at the replay here.
I don't know.
Ooh, that's a favorable spot there.
Yeah, we know what we're doing up here. I promise you. It's the angle is just a bit unique where we're at.
Well, you're almost right down the line there, and it definitely didn't look like it was quite a first down, but Bobcats will take it. And now England, a first down carry off of left guard, and this one going nowhere. Maybe about a half yard, maybe about a yard gain right there. It'll bring up 2nd down and 9 as we're Approaching 4.5 minutes in the second quarter. Bobcats leading 13-7.
And it's pretty clear when you look at it, especially with England in the game, they are putting all their resources towards him. It's why those secondary handoff pitches are working well for the Bobcats. But England has been stopped up routinely here tonight.
Kyle Smith is the far wide receiver, split out on 2nd down and 9. Ragland is the running back now. And he'll take it himself, breaks a tackle, and dives ahead for the first down. Sticks. It looks like he might get the favorable spot. Is it an 8-yard gain? It's near. That might be inches. That might be 3rd and inches coming up for the Bobcats. That was a nice run, though, as Ragland was bottled up. He got nicked in the backfield, but sprinted ahead, kept his shoulders low, and that's the key.
Yeah, he's been able, a little sidestep gave him the space if he could have kept his feet.
And now that time it looked like it was cleanly a first down.
They are going to measure.
Oh, this is our first measurement of the year.
I think it is.
Yeah. We don't get this enough.
About the only time I get it is when I have to go to the checkup, and I'm still 5'7" and a quarter.
They're stretching the sticks, and it is inches to go. 3rd and inches for the Bobcats, as they are at the 41-yard line on their own side of the field. Ball on the far side hash for this Bobcat offense, which has mustered 952 yards of rushing on the season, 345 through the air, and definitely looking to bust through their average on the ground here tonight, already over 100 yards in this first half.
And they did a great job last week, rolling up over 200 yards, a lot of that in the second half. So they moved the ball pretty effectively the last couple of weeks. They actually did so against Ottumwa too, just couldn't stop the run. And this is for the fans of quarterback sneaks. I love the quarterback sneaks because I'm old and my ticker gets going if you try something too crazy.
You got to love that big number 54, Jackson Hinkle on left guard. That looks pretty good too over there. But it is Dylan's play call. He's in there with the coaching staff just to our right.
That's right. It's if you have 2 inches to get, just do the thing. Just let's not mess around.
The sneak by Hayes will pick up the first down up to the 43, picks up 2 yards, and the clock will keep rolling at 3:40 in the second quarter.
He thought, Hinkle looks great. I'll just run behind him. We'll just do that. Between he and Eaton, I'm happy with that. But, yeah, this is the drive you talked about with 6:30 to go when this drive started. Get that clock rolling.
Owen Eaton at center. He'll snap the ball here momentarily to Jacob Hayes, who puts a man in motion, and he'll fake it. Hayes going to keep it himself. He's up to the 50 and into little Cyclone territory at the 49-yard line. And that's a nice run on first down of 8.5, nearly 9 yards by Jacob. He hasn't run it a whole lot here tonight, but as he runs this one, as you look at the replay on KFJB-TV, Jacob Hayes now up near 20 yards of rushing.
And a really nice job. He's reading that a lot better out there. He's finding those opportunities where when it's almost 2-on-1 out there, and if they flow towards the pitch, man, he just goes. He's done a nice job of turning it upfield and getting yards.
2nd down and 1 as Hayes will get underneath center. Smitherman goes in motion. Hayes, why not?
He's got him.
Go and look to pass. He's got Zane Moore up at the 20-yard line, falls down, making the catch as a flag fly. 2 flags fly back at the line of scrimmage. And we'll see what the call is. Dylan, you're thinking it's holding.
And so are the refs, unfortunately. That's they threw 2 flags. You can't do that.
They got the ref mic'd up.
That's nice.
This is the only place that I think I've ever been that they actually do have the ref mic'd up.
I'm trying to see. I'd like to see that replay if we've got it one more time. Is trying to see where exactly that was. Here it is.
Hinkle looked like he was the one not happy.
Oh, there it is. That's pretty easy.
Well, it is Friday night, WWE.
That is right. It is SmackDown. Too bad the title belts aren't on the line.
Well, kind of. Highway 30 rivalry.
Yeah, that's right. We need a belt.
We need something. A trophy, a belt, whatever. Get it?
Dave, if you're watching at home, does Adlands do championship belts?
Hayes on the keeper on 2nd and 11 after the 10-yard penalty on holding. Hayes will get back to the 45-yard line, and that's going to be a pickup of 3
setting up a long 3rd down and 8.
And this is one where touchdown, number one, it's what you want. But if you can get it back to Ames with 30 seconds or whatever and bury them.
This has been about a 5-minute drive here, Dylan. And the Bobcats are on the wrong side of the 50.
And it seems like we're spinning around. We're not quite sure we know what we're doing, but they're milking the clock.
3rd and 8. Bobcats will run right up the gut with Ragland. He's up to the 50. It's a 5-yard pickup, so 4th down and 3 coming up. We'll see if the Bobcats go for it. Timeout going to be called by the Ames Little Cyclones with 1:12 to go in the second quarter on KFJB-TV. Welcome back to Ames High School, Highway 30 rivalry on KFJB-TV. Timeout on the field, 1:12 to go before halftime. Ames just taking that timeout, and looked like there was an injured player for Ames on the play.
Yeah, number 55, Conrad Sutton, senior linebacker. Just the ref kind of walked him off. He's
great name.
It is a good name. It is a good name. Hopefully he's all right. It seems like maybe he got hit in the head or something. Usually when they walk you along the side, it's usually something with the head.
4th and 3 for the Bobcats. Special teams will come out here. Ball resting right on the 50 with 1:12 to go before halftime. Bobcats get the ball to begin the second half, so leading 13-7. Probably don't need to take a chance here, but
they're going to try. They are very confused on where people should be.
Special teams wise
yes.
for Ames, yeah. Noah Gomez will call for it. Good snap. Punt is away. This one a high spiral down to the 15-yard line and out. And they get hit out just before the 15-yard line. No, the official says it did ride the sideline. Now he's coming back to the 16. So mass confusion right there. That was a very official spotting job.
So when the punt returner goes back and puts both arms up like what's happening, it may not really have everything locked in, but when you have mid-season coaching changes, a lot of roster changes, just what you're doing, it's not going to be easy and it's not going to be seamless.
All right, so at the 16-yard line, Ames will have 1:02 to go before halftime to operate here.
Everything in front of you, funnel everything to tacklers. Bobcats have given up big plays late in these type of situations.
4 wide receivers. Canton Wine's going to go to the air out of the shotgun. He's dropping back, looks to pass over the middle of the field, looking for Jeff Roberts at the 30. It is in and out of his hands as he had to lean over to try to get it, and he runs into the Bobcats sideline. Incomplete, 2nd and 10.
And this is kind of a weird part. So if Ames looks like they're looking to pressure, you see the incomplete pass there. You have 56 seconds. If they continue to press, to try to press into it, do the Bobcats get a chance to get the ball back near midfield and try to set up end of the half field goal attempt?
Canton Wine will call for it on 2nd and 10. Ball on the far side hash. He fires to the near side. Niehaus almost picked it. Intended for Torian Cotton. Incomplete. I think that one just caught him off guard. And Gaston Ferris in the backfield. Somebody said something, and a flag flies in, but there was a whole host of Ames Little Cyclones on that side. And unfortunately, I'm thinking this might be on Gaston Ferris, but Ames is backing up, Dylan.
Yeah, he
I see
made
her
a mention.
pointing. I see her pointing.
Sometimes I just need to be heard. You know, we've been in this relationship for years now. I just want to be heard.
I give you plenty.
Yes, that's
I've given
true.
you Bobcat Live for 2 weeks.
I know. It's, when the boss is away, we'll see what happens. We're making a lot of changes next week.
I have been sacrificing, giving up time for you, and you're still complaining.
Oh, in jest. Bobcats.
Third and 18, yeah. Big yardage to go here for Ames with 50 seconds to go. A handoff right up the middle. They'll give it to Cosby, and Cosby's going to work his way back with that penalty yardage. And he'll be over near the 20-yard line, spotted out at the 19, and a timeout called by Marshalltown with 42 seconds to go before halftime. And it's going to be 4th down and 8, and they're going to have to bring the special teams unit back out.
And this is an interesting one. Again, special teams is all about those details, and we've seen Ames not be really crisp on all those details. Going this way, Monghay made a 48-yarder. He's missed a 47-yarder tonight, but it wasn't for a lack of leg. It was just a little bit off the left. If the Bobcats can get it to about the 30-yard line, I think you will have a shot for a field goal attempt before the half.
Kyle Smith is out to return. He'll stand right at midfield. Out to punt is Austin McIntyre. His last punt was pretty good. First one, a little bit of a problem with it.
I like what Coach Goodvin did here, using that timeout, not just being okay with letting the clock run out, seeing if you can squirrel away a couple more points
Maybe a
before
bad
the
snap,
half.
you never know. And Johan Gomez's crew has always been good at getting in there after that punt crew.
Yeah, you're 6'4", athletic. You get around there, those long arms.
Bobcat special teams unit out. 4th down and 8 as Ames looking to punt here. And finally the snap comes. It's bobbled. They'll try to get it away. They just will. It's shanked towards the Bobcat sideline. And the Bobcats are going to have great field position at the 26-yard line. Wow. That's exactly why you take the timeout. You never know. You can't take special teams for granted. And some reason the clock is still counting.
And why is the clock still counting?
Officials all over it as they'll put some more time back on it here. But Bobcats inside the 30 will start, and they should have about 25 seconds or so here.
Well, the punt was at 42 seconds. This should be in the 30s. And you look, just a terrible snap. A great job getting it away.
Special teams unit did a nice job there. They were close to getting in there and blocking that thing after the bobbled snap.
What do they have it at?
I don't know, Dylan.
I think he said 35. That's what I think. That's what I want.
And they did just reset it to 35. Kyle Smith all pumped up after that one.
He is the resident hype man.
Well, his brother probably passed the torch.
That's right. I feel like he's the most hype of all the Smiths I know, though.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Bobcats have it after the punt. They do have one more timeout to work with. Ragland, a handoff right up the gut. He'll get over the 25-yard line and stop at the 24.
They don't have any timeouts. They use one very, very early. And this is where I anticipate them spiking the football. Yep.
The Bobcats will spike it here with, well, there was 19 and then 2 extra seconds after the snap, or after the spike rolled off.
To me, you want to wait on that spike because now it's 3rd down, so you can run a play, but that makes it 4th down, but you can't stop the clock again.
Yeah.
This is where
this has got to be a pass.
This is where you could mess yourself all the way to Sunday if this does not go past the sticks.
And Hayes will drop back. He looks to pass to the end zone. He's got Kyle Smith wide open. Touchdown, Bobcats from 24 yards out. Kyle Smith strikes for his 2nd receiving touchdown of the year.
And I want to apologize for that clock management because I was completely wrong. But if you throw touchdown passes, you can do whatever you want. No one was there. They played 11 people in the box all night long. He went right past him as Deshaun Whitley stumbled a little bit, but Kyle Smith was going to get 6 no matter what. Bobcats in the driver's seat here tonight.
Huge play for the Bobcats right before halftime with just 11 seconds remaining. The PAT by Monghay is up, and it is good, and it's 20-7. Bobcats leading with just 11 seconds to go before halftime. That is exactly why you take that timeout. You stop the clock. You never know what happens, and the Bobcats find themselves back on the board with a nice lead before halftime.
And this is where you can see that Coach Adam Goodvin is playing it to win it. This is a big one here. Jacob Hayes put it right on the money, and he knows Ames is teetering a little bit right now, not executing at certain levels, and he's going for blood, and I love it.
Yeah, Hayes put a nice touch on that one, knowing he didn't have to dart it out there to Kyle Smith, who was waiting for it at the goal line. So 6 in as Kyle Smith, 2 touchdown receptions on the season as he picks up his 10th reception on the year, but none bigger than that one right there against their rival, the Ames Little Cyclones.
Yeah, 20 unanswered points by the Bobcats after a great drive by Ames on their second one. Bobcats yet to punted one time and able to pin Ames back that ended up setting up that final touchdown right before the half.
Luis Monghay out for the kickoff, all presented by the Pauley Real Estate Team, Century 21. Like Kristen and Kurt, Pauley offer you the knowledge and service you deserve. Monghay will squib this one towards the 50 and out of bounds. That will be a penalty. Nice idea, just a little bit too hard right there because I think they caught Ames off guard right there.
I don't love it because there's 11 seconds.
That's true.
You now put them with one timeout. You have one timeout. So
yeah, but you kicked away on the last time, and they returned it all the way to the 45.
Well, I liked when we just kicked it into the end zone. That's
but
my
you're
preference.
Also kicking into a wind that is at a good 10 miles per hour.
And then you get the penalty here, and it's now at the 45.
You're not much of a riverboat gambler, are you?
No, and my conservative nature, I think, has served us well here tonight.
1st and 10 at the Bobcat 45. Canton-Wine rolls out. He's got pressure all over him. Niehaus is going to bring him down for a 5-yard sack as the Bobcats trying to rip that ball out of there as well. And that will do it for the first half. No, a timeout going to be called by Ames.
This is where I think you pack it up. You just have a sack. You've had some almost interceptions here. I would love to see a pick six. I'm happy to see that before the half, but it just doesn't feel like if I'm Ames, I go to the locker room and regroup.
And Barker set the edge, forced it back inside, and Niehaus saw it and took advantage of it. Just a great defensive play by everyone at the two levels there.
If you eliminate that second drive, Ames has really struggled to move the ball through the air or on the ground. And the Bobcats really came back. Birch's bunch right after they gave up 6 seemed to lock it in and say, hey, we have got to get pressure with the front 3, allow our linebackers to roam, and that's exactly what's happened.
So the sack officially a 4-yard loss for Canton-Wine. 2 seconds on the clock before halftime. 4 Bobcats are back at the 20-yard line. About 30 yards downfield. Canton-Wine in the shotgun. He has his running back to his left. He's going to drop back, looks to unload. Now he's going to scramble. And Lincoln Barker chases him down from behind. About an 8-yard pickup, but Barker with the play. And that will send us to halftime as the Cats are pumped. Their largest lead of the season at the break, 20-7. Halftime coverage by Scouting America coming up. This is Bobcat football. You're watching KFJB-TV.
You're an empty nester closing in on that retirement property. Chances are your plans didn't include mom moving in, but life happens and you do the right thing. Wells Fargo Advisors can help. For more than 125 years, we've created wealth management and investment strategies aimed at achieving our clients' personal financial goals. When retirement means caring for yourself and a loved one, turn to Wells Fargo Advisors. Together, we'll go far.
Wells Fargo Advisors is located at 14 East South Ridge Road in Marshalltown. Call them at 641-752-5401. They're a member SIPC.
Miller Middle School turns 100 next year. It has served generations of Marshalltown students well. Education has changed dramatically since Miller opened in 1925. Miller faces a long list of challenges, including limited technology capabilities, lack of space for learning, gathering, and new programming to prepare our students for the next step in their journey. Voters will consider a referendum in November to reimagine Miller for future generations. To learn more, go to marshalltowncsdfuture.com.
At Greg Young Automotive, we go the extra mile for our customers across Iowa. Why do customers choose us and keep coming back? Because our commitment to exceptional service and satisfaction never wavers. With our extensive network of dealerships throughout Iowa, we leverage unbeatable pricing and offer a better inventory selection than other dealerships. Visit any of our 6 locations across the state and experience the Greg Young difference, where we'll go the extra mile for you.
Legends American Grill is the perfect place to watch your favorite team. Enjoy wings, nachos, steaks, and prime rib available on Friday and Saturday nights. It's game on for great food and your favorite drink to wash it down. You like burgers? Legends has fantastic, unique burger creations like this. The Legends Burger. Absolutely delicious. Gather with friends, enjoy your favorite team's games with the NFL Sunday Ticket, and make some memories. Legends American Grill in Marshalltown and our new Newton location, where the game is always on.
The Halftime Report, presented by Scouting America. Adventure on.
At halftime, the Bobcats up 20-7 in the Highway 30 rivalry on KFJB-TV. I'm Brandon Lewis. Dylan Does alongside me. You could not ask for a better first half against your rival here tonight.
It was really good. Came out right away, had great field position. Yes, they missed the field goal, then gave up the touchdown. But the response, started by Aiden Smitherman's 54-yard run that set up the Davis Ragland touchdown, 20 unanswered points. Defense got amped, and they locked Ames down.
All right, let's take a look at our first half summary here. It was a punt for Ames on their first drive, and then, as Dylan alluded to, a 47-yard field goal on the Bobcats' drive as they started at the 49-yard line. Was no good for Luis Monghay, but then Ames comes back with a 80-yard drive as they get the first score of the game on this little swing-out pass on third down to the far side of the field. And it was Swanson taking it in. PAT was good as Cantonwine, a touchdown pass, his 12th of the year. And that put Ames up 7-0 at that point. But the Bobcats would answer right back with a beautiful 65-yard drive with 1:29 in the opening quarter. It was a 4-yard touchdown rush by Davis Ragland, and that would be his second rushing touchdown of the season. And that came on 4th and 1 yard to go. They could have got to about the 2-yard line for a first down and goal, but Ragland did the dirty work all on his own.
And the senior looks happy.
I mean, wouldn't you be, Dylan?
I would be. I would be.
Ames got a little, I guess, what do you say?
Reckless.
Well, yeah, that's a good
I'm
word.
going to say reckless.
They did get reckless on their own drive. Their next drive, a turnover on downs deep in Bobcat territory, which gave the Bobcats good starting field position on their next drive, as the Bobcats would go down the field with 8:03 in the second quarter and end up scoring with another Davis Ragland touchdown, this time from 6 yards out.
He's such a hard runner, and he keeps his pad level well, keeps those legs turning, and he can absorb a hit and keep on rolling.
Then a punt for Ames on their next drive. Bobcats would punt it back, and then Ames would punt it back, and then right before halftime, the Bobcats would strike for a 24-yard touchdown pass as they spiked it on second down. It was third down and long, and the Bobcats hook up their Jacob Hayes to Kyle Smith from 24 yards out. It was Kyle Smith's second touchdown reception of the season.
And he just ran right past the defender and 6. And Kyle's hyped. Bobcat faithful are hyped. Big end of the half.
Ames would get the ball back and not do anything else with it before halftime here, as the Bobcats able to close it out at the break. 20-7 is our score. As Dylan will take a look at stats and adjustments coming up in just a little bit.
as Bobcats a very successful night on the ground and late through the air. Coming up, we are going to talk with Avery Mobley. He's the athletic trainer for the Marshalltown Bobcats. That's ahead on our Scouting America halftime show from Ames High School on KFJB-TV.
When my kids come home from camp, they're so excited. They go on and on about all the activities they got to do.
My son loves to go fishing,
Cooking, photography, kayaking,
zip line, archery,
robotics, camping, oceanography,
swimming,
and radio.
He's got so many fun stories that he would share that we just wouldn't have otherwise.
Being involved in scouting, my boys have made lifelong friendships.
I would recommend putting your kids in scouting. It's a great way for them to learn skills while having fun.
When heading to the stadium, don't forget to scoot through the Scooter's Coffee drive-thru on the way to the game. With a variety of drinks to choose from, you can give your school spirit a quick boost before cheering on the Marshalltown Bobcats. Try one of the fall features like the caramel apple smoothie, a pumpkin spice latte, or maple bourbon cream cold brew to get you through the game. Scooter's Coffee. Amazing people, amazing drinks, amazingly fast. South Center Street in Marshalltown. Proud to support Marshalltown Bobcat football.
It's an extended Cat Connection here with Avery Mobley. He is the head trainer for Bobcat Athletics. Our Cat Connection, all brought to you by State Farm Insurance, Tyler Pashong Agency, mtownproud.com. All right, so Avery, we see you all over the place. How many sports are you in charge of?
I'm in charge of all Marshalltown High School sports. So, it's football, volleyball, girls swim and dive, boys cross country, girls cross country. Both wrestling teams, both basketball teams, boys swimming, and then all tennis, all track, all soccer, and baseball and softball.
All right, so that's why I sometimes see you wearing the same thing that I saw you wearing the day before. You must not have much free time.
I definitely don't. I'm always busy.
Being able to work with all those different programs, I'm sure is a fun, unique experience, but no two sports are the same. I mean, I think, ankles you're going to be worrying about more with basketball, than you are shoulders or elbows like you would be for baseball or softball. So how do you kind of manage that on your side, being able to adapt and think about the different sports and the different athletes and their needs?
I mean, I always got to be on my toes, ready to go, no matter what the injury. Like you said, ankle sprains are the most common injury, but your football, you got to worry about concussions and knees and arms and kind of everything. And, other sports, it's a little more moderate and you don't have to worry as much because you just get the common sprains here and there.
Obviously, everyone loves to see you when they don't have to come to you, and they love to see you when they do need you because you're out there to help. But that process, I'm sure, can be difficult. We saw Xavier Anderson injured earlier this year. I remember you were right there on the scene when Jackson Bowie got hurt a couple of years during the football season. So being able to go through the process from A to Z, seeing their injury and then the recovery, I'm sure has to be pretty rewarding. But how do you kind of work with those athletes to get them back into full speed?
I mean, I just work with them, and a lot of it is helping them mentally as well because, injuries, they take a big toll on you physically and mentally. So just telling them, hey, you got this, and we can push through it. We can get you back out there and get you healthy again and just kind of get that confidence installed back in them. And that's a big part of it, but just making sure that I'm there for them and I'm taking the right course of action to be like, okay, we're doing the right thing here. You know what? We might be pushing a little bit, so let's back off and let's go back to square one because of pain or, whatever it is.
Yeah. When do you kind of know, or is there kind of a guidance in your line of work to be able to know, okay, I can help this athlete, or I got to call in, paramedics, or, maybe you go get a consultation at a doctor, that kind of thing. Is there kind of training for you on that side?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that comes from all the schooling I did, but it's just kind of a sixth sense. Okay, I can handle this one, or you're like, you know what, let's go to the doctor and just get an x-ray, make sure that everything's still intact, and then we can kind of go from there.
Yeah. All right, so tell me a little bit about where are you from? Where'd you go to school at?
So I'm originally from Aztec, New Mexico. Graduated there in 2014, and then I went and played football and baseball down in Mount Pleasant at Iowa Wesleyan, and then I went to Iowa State to get my athletic training degree.
Awesome. And, of course, Marshalltown, just a short drive over. So how long have you been here with Marshalltown Schools? Because I've been calling games since 2019, and I know I've seen you since then.
I've actually only been here for 3 years.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
right.
so short stint.
I think you need to work on my memory.
I can do that.
Being able to work with these athletes and get to know, build relationships, I'm sure not just with the athletes, but the families as well, too. Is that kind of a highlight for you in your career, too?
It is. I mean, meeting new people and just letting the families have trust in what I do. And, a lot of parents are like, hey, go see Avery first before we go to the doctor. And if he recommends it, then we definitely will. But, just building that trust between not even just families, but coaches as well, of like, hey, go see Avery. He will help.
That's one thing that I think is the neat aspect is you'll always, some families have a couple kids, and so you may work with a brother and a sister, that kind of thing. But has there been any experience over your time here that's left kind of a lasting impression on you?
Just how this community is. It's a big family, and everybody has your back, and as long as you're doing the things correctly, then everybody's going to support you.
That's awesome. Well, hey, keep up the great work, and thanks for the time. And it kind of good to know your line of work because we always see you everywhere.
Oh, yeah, always.
And you're coaching too, right? You coached baseball last year.
Yeah, I did coach baseball last year and the year before. I think this year I'm going to kind of step away and just take a little bit of a breather.
Well, with knowing your schedule, I don't blame you whatsoever. So anyway, hey, thanks for the time. Best of luck rest of the season, and hopefully you don't have any too many. You're not too busy.
I hope so. It's been chaotic right now, but it's all right. We're managing.
That's good. Hey, that is an extended Cat Connection with Avery, trader for the Marshalltown Bobcats, and our Cat Connection all brought to you by State Farm, Tyler Pushong Agency, mtownproud.com.
The right insurance agent can make all the difference. Assured Partners agents represent multiple insurance companies. They can pick and choose from a larger variety of outstanding insurance options. Assured Partners also handles life and health insurance and Medicare supplement coverage. With access to local, regional, and national insurance companies, Assured Partners will create policies tailored to the coverage you need. For more information, go online to assuredpartners.com/Marshalltown. Power through partnership with Assured Partners in Marshalltown, Toledo, and West Des Moines.
The Halftime Report, presented by Scouting America. Adventure on.
Jeff Brooks here with a Central State Bank scoreboard update. Looking at things around Central Iowa and West Marshall against PCM tonight. West Marshall struggled a little bit before halftime. The score, PCM 21-0 over West Marshall in State Center tonight. East Marshall leads Columbus Catholic tonight at halftime, 9-6. Johnston over Council Bluffs Lincoln, 49-0 at half. Boone over Des Moines North, 30-0, and Dowling leads Urbandale 35-7 at halftime. Also, Newton against Carlisle at the end of the first. Newton leads 7-0, and Waukee versus Southeast Polk. At halftime, Southeast Polk leads 17-7. Ankeny Centennial over Roosevelt tonight at halftime, 31-3. And Wapsie Valley at halftime over BCLUW, 33-0. Also, Waterloo West is at Valley tonight. Valley leads 7-0. And Grundy Center at halftime against Alburnett, 34-7. Grundy Center leads that game. I'll now return you to Brandon Lewis and Dylan Doze on News Talk 1230 KFJB and KFJB-TV.
Thanks, Jeff. No big surprise. Southeast Polk, Dowling both leading their matchups tonight, as I think some RPI changes will be made this week around the state, as Waterloo West in the top three, as also Ottumwa 6. I think still some things to be figured out.
Well, and Bobcats, and no disrespect to our own team, are 0-6. But Waterloo West and Ottumwa could have went different ways.
Yeah.
And that is not, they are not the same level of team of what you're seeing in the Metro.
Yeah.
That they are not, it's different. It's apples and grapes.
Now time for our halftime stats and adjustments, all presented by Ken's Transmission of Marshalltown.
It comes down to looking at the offense. Bobcats over 170 yards of offense, 147 on the ground, most notably the 54-yard by Aiden Smitherman. But Jacob Hayes, the junior signal caller, is only one of three, but that one completion was a 24-yard touchdown reception to Kyle Smith. Flipping it on the other side, 59 rushing, 55 through the air, but Cantonwine's been held in check. He's 5 of 12 in the air for 55 yards. He's only been able to find 19 yards on the ground on 6 carries. They've done a really good job. Where they've struggled a little bit, Brennan Swanson, 5 catches, 55 yards, does have a 24-yard touchdown reception. And when it comes to adjustments, what do we want to do? I really think Bobcats made nice adjustments early on after the touchdown. But what I'm looking for here is keep pushing. Don't fall back. Don't be reckless. Don't be crazy. But keep everything in front of you. Attack the ball carrier, and then on offense, keep grinding out first downs. Keep the clock management was so beautiful in that first half. Continue that on into the second half.
And the Bobcats will have the kickoff to begin that second half, so that'll be interesting to see how they start out. Ames marching band playing cowbell right now.
Yeah. You want to know what marching band I prefer? The one where my sweet baby boy leads it. It's the Marshalltown Bobcat Band.
I don't know if he likes you calling that on my air.
He's not watching.
Wow. Can we get him to subscribe at least?
Oh, he does. He'll watch on occasion. I don't think he has. He
watches to see himself.
Yes.
Yeah, got it. 20-7 is our halftime score as the Bobcats just about ready to head out for the second half and get things warmed up. We'll step aside. Second half right around the corner. This is your home for the Cats. News Talk 1230 AM, 93.9 FM, and KFJB-TV.
When my kids come home from camp, they're so excited. They go on and on about all the activities they got to do.
My son loves to go fishing,
Cooking, photography, kayaking,
zip line, archery,
robotics, camping, oceanography,
swimming,
and radio.
He's got so many fun stories that he would share that we just wouldn't have otherwise.
Being involved in scouting, my boys have made lifelong friendships.
I would recommend putting your kids in scouting. It's a great way for them to learn skills while having fun.
When heading to the stadium, don't forget to scoot through the Scooter's Coffee drive-thru on the way to the game. With a variety of drinks to choose from, you can give your school spirit a quick boost before cheering on the Marshalltown Bobcats. Try one of the fall features like the caramel apple smoothie, a pumpkin spice latte, or maple bourbon cream cold brew to get you through the game. Scooter's Coffee. Amazing people, amazing drinks, amazingly fast. South Center Street in Marshalltown. Proud to support Marshalltown Bobcat football.
The Halftime Report, presented by Scouting America. Adventure on.
Welcome back to Ames High School. It is good to see that Ryan Bohan being shown some love here at Ames, former Marshalltown Bobcat, now the interim head coach this season.
Yeah, they really, really love him here. He seems to be well embraced by the community, which doesn't always happen when Marshalltonians come here or Ames comes there. So that's how good the Bohan family is. But we talked about in my keys of the game, would it be the former Bobcat or the current Bobcats? And right now, 20-7, the current Bobcats look good, but you can't rest. You can't think, all right, 20 points is good, and then just turtle up. You've got to be able to get this ball. I think if the Bobcats have a good sustained drive here, this is where you can start to break apart an already little bit of a rickety boat for the Ames Cyclones.
20-7 is our halftime score, and the Bobcats in this game over the past few years, they lost 48-14 last year. Ames is 11-4 against the Bobcats since 2008. Bobcats looking for their first win against Ames since 2019.
Yeah, the world didn't know what a COVID was, and we had just gotten a tornado the year previous. It seems like a different world. It seems like a different world. Lots has happened. Put it a different way.
Didn't know what a derecho was either.
Didn't know what a derecho was. There were so many things we didn't know. And the seniors didn't know what the high school was. They were at Miller at that time. So this would be Coach Goodvin. If they can hold on to this, it'd be his second win against the Cyclones as the head coach.
And the Bobcats were still playing on grass.
Yeah. Yeah, unless it was the Cedar Rapids, Washington game, and then they were playing in a mud pit.
Ames just got new turf this summer as well.
Yeah, sometimes you have to redo it. Last time we were here, it's not the same turf, is the way I'll put it. Not the same turf.
You have minored in turfology since that time.
I have. And then I've just done some continuing ed. I like to stay up. I like to stay fresh.
Second half will start when we come back. This is Bobcat Football on KFJB-TV.
In Iowa, we are fortunate to have a lot of opportunities to get involved in at our schools.
Athletics and activities have so many positive effects. From learning how to build relationships and healthy lifestyles,
and gain self-esteem and confidence.
Make participation a priority. You and your school will benefit.
Well, the Bobcats will get the football to start the second half first, leading 20-7 here in the Highway 30 rivalry. I'm Brandon Lewis. Dylan Doze alongside me, Keith Stewart, as well as Jesse DeMeyer on camera coverage, and our producer tonight, Zach Tomish. And before the game, we had vehicle troubles. The van, I don't know, I think an axle broke, something happened. But our KFJB-TV crew, we were riding in a different vehicle. Luckily, okay, and
lost the entire wheel.
Yeah,
they're just outside of Colo. Good thing that we did not adhere to the time we were supposed to leave.
We were behind.
We were dragging late.
We were able to help out a little bit. Hey, be sure to hit the like button and subscribe. Help us out. Maybe Venmo us some money for a new vehicle. And be sure to turn on those upcoming game alerts for game notifications. Dylan, you don't want to miss any of the action.
My Venmo is Dylan, DYLAN DOES. It will not go to the van,
Is it
though.
a 501c?
It's not tax deductible. It will not go to a van, but I am going to Iowa City tomorrow, so maybe you could help me pay for tailgating.
Ames has it teed up at the 40 as 12 minutes on the clock. Aiden Smitherman, Sam Griesel back to return. Century 21 kickoff for the second half. Bobcats looking to get the first victory of the season tonight on the road. Squibber to the 25, pick up by England. He's over the 30 to the 32, and that's where the Bobcats will start.
Yeah, Ames wants nothing from Aiden Smitherman or Sam Griesel. He doesn't get the ball a lot in the flow of the offense, but whenever he touches the ball, it's pretty electric.
Yeah.
And I know he had seemed to hurt his shoulder a few weeks ago. Noticed him without the shoulder pads on earlier. He is wearing a brace and things, so that might be why we don't see him quite as much during the flow of the offense. But when he's touched the ball, he's been electric.
Because you definitely want him back there at safety on the defensive side.
Yes, very much so.
All right, Bobcats will go to work as England is the lead back. Hayes underneath center, puts a man in motion. England, handoff left side. No, Hayes keeps it himself. And he's going to be eaten up for about maybe a 1-yard loss in the backfield as he was trying to break away from a few little Cyclones, but not able to do so. It'll bring up second down.
Yeah, and I'm just happy Jacob held on to the football. It was seemingly pretty far out there, but he was able to corral it, even though Ames had great pressure and great push on that.
Like a loaf of bread out there, Dylan.
Yeah, and that's we want to be carb-free with that. Carb-free.
Second down and 10, ball resting in the middle of the field for the all-white Bobcats, all-black uniforms tonight for Ames. And a pitch out as Hayes was hit as he pitched it, but Smitherman's able to cleanly
gather it in. Fumbles it late up to the 40-yard line. It's going to help pick up an extra 4 or 5 yards as right into the hands of the offensive lineman for the Marshalltown Bobcats. That's Hancock on the recovery.
I would prefer if we stop fumbling. I'm not a fan.
Smitherman always seems to get stood up, though, and that's when guys come in and start ripping it away.
He runs very tall, and we talk about that with Jacob Hayes quite a bit.
3rd and 3, hard count. Ames jumps offside. They're going to throw the flag and a little bit of a bailout because I thought Ames got back onside quickly, but it looked like Brandon Johnson, far side end, who's got his hands in the air, not happy about that, but it's going to be a free 5 yards and a first down up to the 45-yard line for the Cats.
And you see that there, and Ames in the last couple defensive possessions has extended drives based on penalties.
Yeah. So first down and 10 for the Bobcats on the far side hash. Going left to right here in the third quarter, heading towards the west end zone.
Bobcats are in no hurry here tonight. They love to see the clock tick, tick, tick.
Already 2 minutes gone in the second half. Handoff right up the gut. Go the Bobcats. Ragland with a carry, spins off a tackle. He picks up 3.
One thing that Ragland does, even in that spin, is he's going into the hole with 2 arms, one on top, one on the bottom of the ball, and they do not separate from the pigskin there. Even in the spin move, he's keeping 2 hands on the ball.
All the Bobcats on offense look to the sideline for the play call. Approaching 9.5 minutes to go in the third quarter. Bobcats leading 20-7. Jacob Hayes underneath center will put Smitherman in motion. Fakes the handoff to Ragland, takes it himself. He's up to midfield and pushed back. Another gain of 2 yards. Ball comes out late, but the officials saying Hayes was already stopped on his forward progression. And it will bring up 3rd down and 5.
Yeah, looking here, this again, Bobcats, one thing they've done incredibly well here tonight, they've stayed in front of the sticks for the most part, all except for when it was 3rd and 18. They've stayed ahead of the sticks quite a bit to be able to sustain those drives and not be forced to drop back into passing situations.
Barker, tight end, is checked back in on 3rd down and 5. Smitherman around the edge. Hayes is going to go to the air. Looking for Zane Moore, but he was covered up, and Hayes is going to sprint straight ahead for a 7-yard pickup and pick up the first down himself. That was a quick draw right there by Hayes as he just saw his wide receiver not open, and he had a big seam right up the gut.
That was a fantastic quick read by him, and you're exactly right. You look, he steps 2 steps back, look, nothing there. And he had him maybe late, but he was already off, and I think that's the right choice. Get the first down, keep it moving.
Rough week last week for Hayes, but he's really bounced back here tonight. He's been kind of a stable guy for the most part all season long at that quarterback spot. Ragland is the B-back as he'll get the handoff. No, Hayes pulls it out of his gut. He'll go around left tackle and be slung down for a gain of 1 yard. Bring up 2nd down and 9.
And you
look at that play
there,
again.
You just drop. And then great blocking there. You see by Jonathan Schaefer, had his guy stood up and being able to go right up the middle.
So we tick towards 8 minutes now in the second half. A 4-minute drive. Bobcats are at the 43-yard line in Ames territory.
These are the type of drives that you absolutely hate when you're down 2 touchdowns. Sadly, we've had some experience with that this year.
Yeah.
It's like you feel helpless.
Hand off to Ragland. Left guard he'll go as Hinkle pulls for him and gets a good block. A late flag flies in. Ragland, the ball came out late, but he was down on the turf. Officials on the spot there. Ragland gets ahead to the 40, so it's a 3-yard pickup, and we'll see what the penalty is.
I'm wondering.
Possibly a face mask. It kind of came in tight there.
Does it look like? Trying to look. The Bobcats on the ground.
It is a face mask. So that's going to be a first down for the Bobcats after the 3-yard run for Ragland, and that will move the chains. We do have a Bobcat down, like you alluded to, Dylan, and it looks like,
it was incidental, so
can't tell if it's Barker or not. Might be Lincoln Barker. No, it is Davis Ragland. It looks like he is kind of looking at that right knee of his, maybe stretching something out there.
He bounced up pretty quickly from your halftime guest there.
Avery Mobley.
That's right. And hopped up. He seems to be fine.
So the face mask penalty, I'm not sure. He got to the 30. It's only a 5-yard incidental.
And that's one of those is that the high school level still has the incidental.
5 to the 15, yeah. I thought the 15, though, carried an automatic first down, but we learned earlier that's not the case.
Yeah, I guess you may be an assumption from both the NFL and college level, all personal fouls result in an automatic first down, not so at the high school level.
7.5 minutes to go in the third quarter. Cats leading 20-7 on a drive in Ames territory at the 35. They need 1 yard for a first down on second down. Cats are going to go deep. The tight end was wide open. Oh, Lincoln Barker was wide open at the 10, but Kyle Smith, the intended target, ball was a little bit over his head. He was hit as he was trying to go for the reception, and it looks like pass interference is going to be coming up.
And it looked like he corkscrewed a little bit, and number 22, Braxton Brown, here we see the play.
Man.
It's actually 6 over there, and he did go out and reach. You can see that. He grabbed him as he tried to turn out to the sideline.
Lincoln Barker had nobody within 10 yards of him, though. He was wide open, and nobody picked him up as a free release for the tight end going right down the seam.
And I think that's one, and it's not selfish or anything. If you're Lincoln, you just go back to Jacob and say, hey, I was wide open.
Yeah.
Jacob will always look Kyle first. It's where he has the most familiarity with in the pass game. But, yeah, as a tight end, you just say, hey, I'm wide open.
Bobcats now in the Ethington Heating and Cooling red zone. Ethington Heating and Cooling, we're not comfortable until you are. Ball right at the 20-yard line. 1st and 10, Bobcats. England is the running back now. An end around to Smitherman. He's got a pull and a little bit of a block right there as Jonathan Schaefer was the man moving. And actually, yeah, it was. And so that'll pick up just a couple of yards for England, 2nd down and 8.
All Bobcats fans are excited for tonight, but I don't think anybody's more excited than Ethington Heating and Cooling. They've gotten shout-outs all night long as the Bobcats have been in the red zone.
Under 7 minutes now in the third quarter. This is a long drive. Approaching 6-minute drive for the Bobcats out of halftime. And this is how you put away games with this kind of offense especially. Ace will keep it himself. It looked like he handed off, but no. He keeps it himself and dives ahead for 1 yard. As a running back was England, but he shot ahead, but it was Hayes who kept it himself, so it's going to be a short 2nd down gain, brings up a long 3rd down and 6.
And this is awkward, like we were just a couple weeks ago, we were in 3rd and 12, it seemed every single drive. This now, for us, that 3rd and 6, 3rd and 7, we haven't had to sit in this too much, but it's still in a thing where you can still run the football. You can still look, hey, do you pick up 4 or 5? Do you go on 4th down? There's still a lot of options out there.
Hayes will look to drop back to pass. He's got Smitherman wide open to the 5. Caught, end zone, touchdown! 16-yard strike through the air. It's Hayes to Smitherman.
And the boat race commences. That was a beautiful 6+ minute drive, and you can see Coach Goodvin's opening up a little bit more with the pass game, and Aiden Smitherman with his 3rd touchdown in as many games. He's really become a weapon. We've heard his name for a year and a half. Last couple weeks, he's really come out and start to show why everyone talks about him.
Gorsuch is on to hold. Max Reed will snap for the Bobcats. Luis Monge for the PAT. Snap is good, hold is good, but that one's going to be pushed just to the right. No good for the Bobcats. And 26-7 will remain our score. Bobcats go on a 6+ minute drive out of halftime and extend their lead in the Highway 30 rivalry on KFJB-TV.
Some drivers trade cars every year or every other year. Some drive their cars till they drop. Whatever kind of driver you are, Lennox Employees Credit Union is here to get you into the car for your style of driving. You're invited to go to our website, lennoxecu.com, for membership eligibility and loan rates, or call the office to talk to a loan officer. The loan process is quick and easy. Low auto loan rates from Lennox Employees Credit Union, 1004 East Main Street in Marshalltown. Member NCUA.
That's unlucky. We're gonna have to get creative. Might be in that valley of sin.
That sounds about where I would be at.
Yeah.
Last week, Aiden Smitherman caught a 45-yard touchdown from Jacob Hayes. Tonight, he catches one from 16 yards out, as the Bobcats extending their lead now 26-7 with 5:47 third quarter, as the Century 21 kickoff goes into the end zone again for Luis Monghay, who's been really good on special teams tonight. He missed a field goal and 2 PATs, though, here tonight. Kickoffs have been good.
Yeah, kickoff's been good. It's a little bit interesting because it's never a leg issue with Luis. It's just a little bit off. And sometimes you have to know when to use the cannon on those PATs, maybe a little bit more focus on the aim than maybe the power angle.
Cam Canton-Wide has 4 wide receivers split out as they start the drive at the 20-yard line. Canton-Wide looks downfield, and he finds Brendan Swanson again. They've connected quite a few times here tonight. He's going to make the catch at the 20 or at the 30, and then spin upfield for another 6 yards after that. So a 16-yard pickup in response to that 16-yard touchdown by the Bobcats.
And one thing is, when you have both Roberts and Swanson on the same side, that's where Canton-Wine will always go. All 6 of his receptions have gone to Swanson.
Out of the shotgun again, Canton-Wine looking to pass. He's got pressure. Ferris is after him as well as Lincoln Barker, and the Bobcats will push him out of bounds as Lamar Johnson is the man to do so after a gain of a few right there for the QB.
Ferris is built like the mini version of Saquon Barkley. He's got those huge quads. He's not very big, but he's got huge quads, and he's been an issue. He is a 5'5", 170 nose tackle, but if the game's about leverage, 5'5" is pretty easy to get under shoulder pads.
Yeah, that is for sure. 3-4 lineup defensively. A handoff on second down. Ferris shoots, or no, that was Zach Wilder who shot in. And the Bobcats pursue well to the edges, and it looks like it's going to be back to the line of scrimmage for the running back and Eli Cosby. So 2 plays. Canton-Wine has scrambled to the line of scrimmage, and now Cosby pushed out, and it's 3rd and 10.
Yeah, you see Wilder's been awesome. I think this is the best I've seen him tonight. And then Lamar Johnson just absolutely cleaning it up. Bobcats again have the Cyclones in 3rd and long.
And for passing offense, it's favorable for the Bobcats as well as they've covered tonight. Cosby lines up to the left side of Canton-Wine in the shotgun. Low snap. Canton-Wine fingertips it, picks it up off the ground. Now he's going to look to pass to his running back out at the 40, but a good short tackle made by Lamar Johnson at the 40-yard line. And that will net just a 4-yard pickup. It'll be 4th down and 6 for Ames. And it looks like they are going to stay out there offensively.
Yeah, I really think it feels like this game kind of turned really going for it inside your own 30.
Yeah.
I think, there's all about risk and all that, and you want it because it makes people excited. But those type of things can be big momentum swingers.
And they marked it a yard back, so it's 4th down and 7. Canton-Wine to the air, and Niehaus is there in coverage, but the pass is just a little bit outside the reach of his intended target in Brendan Swanson, and it's a turnover on downs at the 39-yard line. Nearly what happened there in the first half happens again. A turnover on downs to the Bobcats with plus field position.
And one thing that the Bobcats have done, they have defended the boundaries much better on that quick out passing game. early in that drive where they drove it all the way down, they'd find themselves on 2-on-1 matchups outside of the hash marks, and we have not seen that since then.
Linebacker in the bandit role, Niehaus has been really good in coverage this year. I mean, that was, again, he was pretty much right on the spot there. He was going to make a tackle. Hayes on first down will just sneak it ahead, and he'll get to the 35-yard line.
That's a tough spot.
Yeah, it looked like he got to the 34. They're going to mark him a yard back to the 36.
That's a tough
I don't think it's
spot.
just our eyes to this point.
No, it feels like this is our most direct view that we've had, and that's a tough spot.
Yeah, because he definitely got to the 35, but it'll bring up 2nd down and 7 as we now approach 4 minutes to go in the third quarter with the Bobcats up 26-7. England is the back as he reads his wristband. The play call is in, and England goes straight ahead, bounces off of a couple of little Cyclones, and will gain about a half yard and bring up a long 3rd down and 6.
And this, if you're the Bobcats, you'd love to see, hey, can we get a first down here? And this actually, in my opinion, this is 4-down territory, just kind of in the unique spot of the field where they're at, and the fact that Ames has not moved the football in 2 quarters.
3rd down for the Bobcats as they'll break the huddle. Zane Moore, Kyle Smith at wide receiver. England the back. Hayes will keep it himself. He's going to sprint out near side. The pitch is off the mark. It goes almost out of bounds. Gorsuch not able to get it. Ames wins it back, as coming up with the fumble recovery for Ames is Jason Roberts, and the Bobcats will turn it over for the first time tonight.
I feel like Gorsuch should have had that, and we didn't quite get the angle there. That was a pitch into the chest. He seemed like his hands were down around, couldn't get his hands up quick enough.
Ames will get the ball back at the 34-yard line on their own side of the field.
Yeah, that pitch was right on the money. Ethan just wasn't able to corral it.
Regardless, it wasn't going to be a 4th down. Cantonwine keeps it himself, a scramble right up the gut. He'll get to the 40-yard line. It's a 6-yard pickup. As Cantonwine, the design QB keeper, brought down by Davis Ragland.
And if you look at really if I'm looking at this game right now at 26-7, what are the things as a Bobcat that you want to improve upon? We put the ball on the ground 3 times. We put the ball on the ground 6 or 7 times last week. We've been luckier this week of recovering it, but we have got to start hanging on to the football.
Cantonwine in the shotgun with 3 wide receivers. Hand off to Cosby, and he's going to sprint out to the far side as he was looking to go up the gut, but had to bounce it out. That'll be enough as he finds some room up to the Cyclone logo. And that will be at the 45-yard line and a first down for Ames. Another 2.5 minutes, third quarter. Down by 3 scores, Ames with the football. Jeff Roberts split out to the near side, 3 to the far side of the shotgun. Cantonwine dropping back, looking for Roberts, looking to go deep. Pramada on the coverage, underthrown. Roberts, though, bobbles it, gathers it back in. Pramada almost got a hand on it, can't. And it's a 55-yard strike. They go to Jeff Roberts.
And it was a really simple play call. They went trips topside to make it 1-on-1. Pramana and Roberts as Lamar Johnson came out to cover the flat, but the ball was deep, no safety help, and it was a remarkable play where Roberts used his size and hand skill to be able to score.
66-yard drive. And Ames will go for the PAT. Matos will get that one just inside the right upright. And it is now 26-14. Ames finds a way to get back on the scoreboard with 2 minutes to go in the third quarter. Right here on KFJB-TV.
Live on stage is country. Live on stage is rock and roll. Live on Stage is classical. Live on Stage is jazz. One of the hottest up-and-coming acts in the country pop genre come to Marshalltown October 22nd. The Hall Sisters combine stunning harmonies with brilliant musicianship. They've performed at the Grand Ole Opry and bring their show to Marshalltown's Performing Arts Center. Tickets are $25 each or free with your Live on Stage subscription. The Hall Sisters, Tuesday, October 22nd.
26-14 now the score as we take a look at that big 55-yard touchdown pass.
Yeah, and you said it off air. You could see it coming, and especially when they went trips topside, they did it not to overflow that side. They did it to get one-on-one coverage with Roberts. Pramana actually had good inside coverage.
And he swiped at it and almost got it.
Almost got it. It's just Roberts with great hand-eye coordination was able to tip it to himself, grab it, and score.
Canton won now on the night, 130 yards of passing on 15 passing attempts. That is longest one of the night. And his second passing touchdown of the evening as he hooked up with Swanson earlier tonight. So he now has 13 touchdown passes on the season. Century 21 kickoff is away. Near side, England catches it at the 24-yard line. He's going to head to the far side of the field, bounces off of a little cyclone, keeps the feet churning ahead up to the 35. And that'll be decent starting field position for the Bobcats. All right, so Marshalltown, Gorsuch fumbled on the last drive, but before that, Bobcats went on a just over 6-minute drive, 68 yards, and they were able to punch it in and extend their lead. This is kind of what you need again, another 5-6-minute drive.
And you look at last time Ames scored, it was 7-0. Bobcats came out, ran it down their throats, scored a touchdown. That if you can do that again here, you can put this game to bed. If you keep breathing life into Ames, then you got a dogfight.
Right up the middle with Ragland. He keeps two hands on that ball as he shimmies and kind of shakes through the middle of some Ames defenders. A lot of arm tackling there. Didn't bring him down until Ragland picks up 7 yards on first down.
There are a lot of things that are impossible. One of them, most notably, is arm tackling Davis Ragland.
So a 7-yard pickup for Ragland. Just an easy play call right there, going up the gut.
This is the best I've seen Davis consistently run in a while. Now, he hasn't carried the ball a ton in recent weeks as England's become more and more of the focal back, but he's had a good night.
And around to Smitherman, and he finds a seam at the hashes. He almost broke out, but he slung down. It is a first down carry for 4 yards, and that'll move the chains for the Bobcats as they approach midfield with 60 seconds to go in the third quarter. And you talk about Ragland, and here tonight, 10 carries, 47 yards.
You see here, right here, Aiden Smitherman, you are thinking your lucky stars right there. The tackle by number 70 there is Blayton Bassano, because if he doesn't wrap him up, it's nothing but green. For a tackle to be able to make that athletic move out there. He's an athletic kid.
Yeah. He's underneath center, will hand off again, and Bobcats will keep the pile churning as Ragland is over midfield, brought down at the 48-yard line. You can't ask much more out of Ragland on that first down carry right there, going right up the middle again. And now an Ames defender falls down at the last second. That's the senior captain linebacker, Jackson Winkie.
And that is a hamstring. First he fell down like I thought it was he trying to draw a penalty flag for like a unsportsmanlike conduct. But no, then that leg stuck up and the next man next to him started stretching him out.
Well, you saw there at the end, he was kind of going at it with one of the blockers and his leg was real stretched out. So trainers and everybody out with 25 seconds on the clock in the third quarter. Bobcats with Ragland running on this drive, looking impressive as Davis Ragland, 2 rushing touchdowns tonight, 53 yards on the ground with 11 carries. And you're right, Dylan, he doesn't get a lot of action on offense, but Winkie is all right up on his own accord right here, but he's so valuable on defense, you don't want to wear him down on offense, right?
And one thing I will say that I think, there you see another touchdown, one of his second touchdown of the day. He's ran hard all night long. But one thing I think Coach Goodvinson a focused job on is if you're that important on this side of the ball, we're not going to play you both ways and run you into the ground, which has been an issue sometimes in recent years where maybe your game changers, you only have a handful of them, and you want them on the field all the time.
Yep. You mean everybody can't be like Travis Hunter?
Not, the fact that kid also has a 4.0, he may be the most talented human being on the face of the earth. He's like
he's a
one
good
of
kid
one.
Too.
And just a wonderful, he's a one of one.
Yeah, for sure. That is going to end the third quarter as the Bobcats, after the injury timeout, let the clock dwindle down. A scoreboard update with Jeff Brooks coming up as the Bobcats leading at 26-14, fourth quarter ahead from Ames on KFJB-TV.
Update. West Marshall at home in State Center against PCM tonight at halftime. PCM leads 35-0. East Marshall leads Columbus Catholic 15-12 in the fourth quarter. Gladbrook Rhinebeck just defeated Clark tonight 49-8. That's the final score. Newton against Carlisle tonight at halftime. Newton leads 28-11. And Southeast Polk leads Waukee tonight 24-14 at the end of the third. Ankeny Centennial leads Roosevelt with 11 minutes left in the fourth, 44-3. And final score for BCL UW versus Wapsie Valley. Wapsie Valley picks up the win 46-0. I'll return you to Brandon Lewis and Dylan Dodes on News Talk 1230 KFJB.
All right, thanks, Brooksy.
KFJB-TV.
Fourth quarter start up in Ames tonight. 12 minutes on the clock. Bobcats with the football in Ames territory, leading it right now 26-14. Davis Ragland, 2 rushing touchdowns tonight. He is the back, and he'll get the handoff as Ames meets him in the backfield, but he keeps going ahead, and that's going to be a scramble on 2nd down and 4 as he shoots ahead at the sticks, and they're going to mark it just short for a 3rd down coming up. It looked like he got extra push there at the end for the first.
Well, it looked like he was stood up after maybe a yard or two, and he just kept moving those legs.
Yeah. All right, that's the first time tonight. I'll give the officials the benefit of the doubt on that one. 3rd and inches. Dylan's favorite play is coming up next.
I sure hope so.
Hayes looking to the sideline to his head coach in Adam Goodvin in his 8th season, leading this Bobcat football team. Hayes letting the play clock wind down to 5 as he takes a snap, and he'll pick up the first. A 3-yard run for Jacob Hayes as he plows ahead to move the sticks again.
Brings a tear to your eye. It's like just
is Jalen Hurts watching tonight?
It really is.
You know, the Eagles do that so well. Do we call this the tush push, or can we call this like the cat claw?
Yeah, I think so. Well, the one thing with this version is they snap and go. It's not almost the tush push is a little bit more of a pause.
This is the cat claw. We're clawing our way to the first.
I like it. We'll go for it.
All right. Maybe they'll get that in the playbook as the official name.
Well, our audience will think it's called whatever we say it is.
That is true. Hayes around the edge. It looks like we possibly have holding on the run by Jacob Hayes on the QB keeper as he rolled out to the far side of the formation. See, as illegal. Yeah, legal block below the waist. A chop block is Dylan all over that one right there.
That's not a good one either. That's usually what they call on that is when you're engaged up top, cutting underneath.
Somebody cuts underneath,
yeah.
Yep. They don't want you to wreck knees.
No, and I think all of us as we get older, we appreciate more and more
of our mobility.
of our mobility, and there's no football play too important that would make you not be able to walk well later in life.
So a 15-yard penalty backs it up over midfield, and the Bobcats back on their own side. They're going to have to get down to the 32-yard line to pick up a first down. as the ball currently spotted at the 43 on their own side. Hayes, the end around to Smitherman. It worked earlier tonight. He loses the football for the second time tonight, but it looks like the Bobcats were able to scramble back on it. I didn't see who that was at 30. Somebody. It was Johan Gomez. 84 was the man to get on that, but Smitherman and Gorsuch, the slots, have struggled with holding on to the football tonight.
Really the difference in the score, this is our 4th fumble. This is our 10th fumble in basically 7 quarters.
Approaching 9.5 minutes to go, so Bobcats did gain back a couple of yards right there. It'll be 2nd down and 23. Or actually, no, they were on the 45, so right back to the line of scrimmage. Ragland is the back, fake it, the handoff to him. Hayes has it, brings it down now, passes, and Smitherman was about 10 yards away as the Ames sideline is wondering about intentional grounding, but I think Smitherman was close enough to not garner that, and it will be incomplete, bringing up 3rd down and long.
And one of those, if he just had 1 or 2 more, if he had 1 more second, Smitherman was breaking open. And I think actually on that one, Jacob, if he wanted to test and see if he could get it, now my guess is up 2 scores, Goodvin has said, don't risk anything, you know. An incomplete pass is okay.
Yep. Let Johan go out there and be a field flipper on special teams. Hayes back to the air. He's going to roll out to the far side. Pressure on him. He'll throw it out into the flat. Kyle Smith in the area, but well short. Incomplete. A flag is down, and we'll see what the call is. If it's on the Bobcats, it is going to be holding. I would imagine they will decline this and bring up 4th down, but the way Ames has played tonight, you never know, right?
Yeah, you never know. But you can tell, like, that sideline was dead. It was Deadsville. And then that huge touchdown pass. Now, couldn't execute. You got that huge chop blocking call. Now you can feel like you're a bit in a dogfight. Maybe that stomach's starting to churn a little bit more in the Bobcat uniform. The mojo is starting to pulse through the veins of Ames.
Beautiful punt away by Johan Gomez. It will bounce at the 20 and take another 2-yard roll down to the 18. And just when you needed a good punt like that, you got it out of the leg of Johan Gomez. 8:57, 4th quarter. Cats leading 26-14.
Yeah, you get about a 40-yarder, no return. Put everything in front of you. Last time, it was just a great play by Roberts. And that's a play design where you're able to get your best receiver in a one-on-one position. You like his chances, and then he hauls in his 9th touchdown catch of the year. Trips high, Roberts by himself, just like the touchdown play.
Pramana on the coverage of him. Looks like they're going to put Griesel over top. Cantonwine fakes like he's going to pass. Now he pulls it down. Now he's going to run for it. Pramana's going to get in there, put a hat on the ball. Cantonwine will pick up some yards, but be driven down as Davis Ragland finally finishes him off. Zach Wilder in there as well. And so it will be a gain of 3 yards for Cantonwine after all of that. A lot of scrambling around, not a whole lot of picking up the yards.
No, and the Bobcats defended that a little bit differently. They had the safety high help for him, and it wasn't that man-on-man coverage that they'd done before.
Yeah, good job by Griesel, picked it up because I think he was looking out his way, and he saw that coverage moving in. 2 wide receivers out to each side of the formation for Cantonwine. Hand off to Cosby. He's going to come around the near side edge and pushed out of bounds after a decent gain on 2nd down, and that will get him up over the 25 to the 26-yard line. And so a few there, but it is going to bring up 3rd down and 4 yards to go at the 26-yard line, so not actually as many yards as we thought, just a pickup of a couple. And we tick towards 8 minutes to go in our game here tonight with a 2-score lead for the Bobcats.
And I think everything, with the way Ames has played so far, everything is 4-down territory.
Third down, Cantuan, design QB run right up the middle. He sneaks past 3 Bobcats, and finally Juan Pablo Perez brings him down at the 40-yard line. And so that is a big run of 14 yards to move the chains for Cantuan as he faked the handoff and then just bursts right up the middle.
And you see Ames is getting out of that huddle quicker and quicker. They're trying to play with more tempo.
Cantuan out of the shotgun formation, takes a snap, drops back 3 steps. And the Bobcats on coverage. Good job by Niehaus in the area on coverage. Again, the intended target, Brennan Swanson, one of the favorite targets of Cam Cantuan. But again, Niehaus all over the place, forces the incomplete pass, 2nd and 10.
And I just want the front 3 in this odd formation for the Bobcats. You have 6'3", 220 in Lincoln Barker. You have 6'4", around 230 in Johan Gomez at the ends. And then you have Ferris in the middle at 5'5", 160.
Bulldog. He's hungry tonight. He is getting after it. Double team right there. He shoots through it. Gets on Cantuan. Got a hand on him. Slowed him down. Cantuan breaks away, though, around the numbers to the 50. And that's going to be a first down. Ferris got after him. He was double teamed. But Cantuan was able to slip out of the arm tackle by Ferris and picks up the first down to move the chains now in Bobcat territory at the 47-yard line.
And that's where Gomez has to make that tackle. You now get 7.5 minutes to go. Ames is driving again. Gomez had a chance at him. He had been able to disengage and missed.
Yeah, for only 3 down linemen, they're getting a lot of pressure, though, here tonight. Cantuan straight ahead again. He's driven down hard, but after nearly a 4-yard pickup, Zach Wilder in to help make the tackle.
And right now you see no Swanson, you see no Roberts out there, and that's usually an indicator it's going to be a run play. They have not thrown the ball without 1 and 3. You see Swanson's back out on the field now.
2nd down, 6 to go, 7 minutes to go in our football game. Bobcats leading 26-14. Cantuan brings a man in motion from left to right. Cantuan keeps it himself up the middle to go as he'll be driven down after the first down. Johan Gomez makes the tackle at the 36-yard line. That will move the sticks deeper into Bobcat territory.
And now as you look out here, you're looking now, Roberts comes back out on the field. You now see Torian Cotton back on the field. Swanson's on the field. This is where if I'm looking at defensive back, more opportunity, more apt to throw the football here.
Cantuan now up to 65 yards of rushing on the ground. He flips the ball as he drops back to pass. He looks near side. Contested ball. Pramada on the coverage. It looked like possibly a push-off on Torian Cotton. It's caught in the end zone for a 36-yard strike. But we'll see. There's flags down in the area. And the near side official made the call. Or actually, it was the back judge who made the call. And the near side official, I believe, dropped his flag too. Officials will get together here and talk this one out. It was 1st down and 10 for Ames. Offensive pass interference. Cotton pushed off on Pramada, who had great underneath coverage. And that is a huge one to take a score off the board for Ames.
And it was clear as day. He shoved Pramana off, and the problem with one-on-one coverage, you're right out there, no man's land, and you could see it, a beautiful dart.
Yeah, it was a great pass.
But it was a shove off late, and once that flag came out, you knew what it was, and this is a killer, because what Ames is seeing is like, all right, Pramana's been indecent. He's just a smaller. You go on the other side, Smitherman or Smith's out there. They're 6 foot plus. Smith is 6'3", almost 6'4". And so you can tell what they want to do when they do trips high, singles near. They want to face that man-to-man coverage on Pramana.
So 1st and 25, ball back at the 50-yard line for Cantuan, who will load up and go to the air. Bobcats in the area as Juan Pablo Perez off of his fingertips. Incomplete at the 15. Almost a huge turnover forced by the Bobcat defense. Solid coverage right there with 6:11 to go in the football game.
And right there, the Bobcats almost got to Canton Wine for the first time.
And there's some talk, and it's interesting. There's a little bit of talk. I think it's getting chippy at the line of play as the
you
got
to be kidding
a little
me.
bit.
That's surprising in an Ames
Marshalltown game
yeah.
where you've been hitting each other for almost, what do you got, about 42 minutes so far?
Trips to the far side. Watch it, Jeff Roberts on the bottom side, or no, that's Cotton on the bottom side. They'll go far side to Leo Jensen, makes the catch at the 50, and will spin off a tackle, get down to the 44, 43-yard line or so is where it's going to be spotted now. And that will bring up a long third down coming up for Ames Little Cyclones. So this is 4-down territory. We'll see 2 more plays for sure for them. They just wanted to get a little something right there. Canton Wine dropping back to pass on 3rd down. Gomez chasing from behind. Flags fly. Canton Wine out at the 40. And it looks like a 3-yard pickup is going to be coming back, possibly holding on Ames.
And my anticipation is the Bobcats will decline this, or,
because it'd be 4th and 15, or it'd be 3rd and
about 25 or more. Yeah, 3rd and almost 30. They're going to decline it.
He was out at the 40, which means it will be 4th down and 14.
So, all intents and purposes.
And actually, they spot him at the 41, so it's actually going to be 4th down and 15.
All intents and purposes, this is, if you're Ames, you have to get this one. Yeah. You do have your 3 timeouts. Bobcats have put the football on the turf so many times I don't want to count.
Ames is still scrambling on players. The play clock is down to 8 seconds now. They're going to sprint to the line of scrimmage. They might have to call a timeout here. They're going to let it go to 2 seconds, and finally the timeout is called with 5:36 to go in Ames here tonight. Bobcats leading 26-14. It's 4th down and 15 when we come back. This is Bobcat football on KFJB-TV.
Life can take unexpected turns. Maybe you started college, but life got in the way. At Marshalltown Community College, we understand. It's never too late to chase your dreams. Come back to where your journey began. Rediscover your passion for learning and let us help you achieve your goals. Schedule a visit today at MarshalltownCommunityCollege.com.
Marshalltown Community College, a step in the right direction.
Well, for not a lot of scoring in the 4th quarter, it's certainly been intense between the Bobcats and the Little Cyclones in the Highway 30 rivalry. I'm Brandon Lewis. Dylan Rose alongside me. 4th and 15 coming up out of the timeout by Ames. Slow getting in the play call in that last play. They were forced to take their first timeout of the second half. What do you think they're drawing up on this play?
I think you're looking at, they have done a lot at that 4th and 15. I think you're looking deep. You're looking for what you want. It looks like they're going to do tandems, top side and bottom side. I think you're looking for something. Now you have them in motion. It looks like they're probably going to go.
They're going to go Roberts and Cotton on the near side. Niehaus is on Jeff Roberts. Canton Wine's looking deep. Pressure's getting after him. Johan Gomez chasing. Canton Wine gets outside. Flags are down on the field. A pass down to the 15 is caught by Leo Jensen and pushed out of bounds. It looks to be a first down, but a flag on the field. We'll see what it is. Possibly a false start on Ames.
Yeah, it's a legal formation on Ames.
Flags on both sides, so that's definitely what's going to be the call. False start. So 4th and 20 now. And if that wasn't enough.
Marshalltown has played well at moments. They've made big plays when it matters. Ames has shot themselves in the foot consistently with penalties.
Canton Wine with the good scramble out to the near side as it looked like Johan Gomez was going to get him from behind, but able to evade that pressure. He's just mobile enough, and he's tough.
He's mobile enough, and with the Bobcats bringing a 3-man pressure, this is where do you bring a linebacker?
Yeah.
4th and 20 for Ames. Canton Wine, 2 wide receivers to each side. Drops back. He'll fire over the middle of the field, and it's read by Davis Ragland. He had a pick 6 last year, and he's got another one right here. He's loose. He's got blockers. Canton Wine in front of him will bring him down at the 45, and the senior Davis Ragland might just be putting a coffin in the little Cyclones.
He might be putting him in a coffin. He might also be putting a euro in his mouth. I'm just saying, Davis Ragland has had a great night, and we still have the OPA player of the game to come later.
Limping a little bit after the play, but I'm sure the adrenaline is rushing after this pick 6 as we look at the replay here, as Canton Wine just trying to hit his wide receiver in Roberts, but Ragland with a huge play. And the Bobcats with 2 scores taking over in Ames territory with 4:57 to go in the football game.
Bobcats are 0-6. This will be hopefully their first win in the year. But man alive, a win against Ames feels like more than one win. It just feels a little bit extra. Bobcats have to finish this one out then. And it's really comes down, this game is all predicated on ball security. It really comes down to hold on to the football. I anticipate if in any part of this drive it's close, this is kind of 4-down territory potentially for the Bobcats to avoid any special team gaffes. It's really just about finishing.
At the Ames 45, Bobcats will snap and hand to Tyler England, and he'll fight ahead for a yard. 2nd down and 9 coming up.
And the question comes, Ames and Coach Ryan Bohan has 2 timeouts. 2 timeouts left. The scoreboard has it flipped, but they have 2 timeouts left. When do you start using them? When? Because right now the Bobcats aren't going to throw. I do not see them throwing the football here tonight for the rest of the evening. So you're going to have to stop the clock in order for the clock to stop.
Bobcats tonight 200 yards even. 41 through the air, and that 200 on the ground tonight. As it would be great to see them get about 240 on the night and trying to punch in a late touchdown to cap this one off. England the handoff on 2nd down and 9. He'll get to the 40-yard line and bring up 3rd down and almost 5 yards to go here. They mark it back at the 41-yard line, so 3rd down and 6 to go.
And Bobcats will probably hike this football with about 3:20 left to go, anticipating another run play, and then you have another 40 seconds there. They're going to be able, even without a first down, to get this right around 2.5 minutes.
Bobcats will snap, end around to Smitherman, pushes ahead, and he's going to get back to the line of scrimmage to the 41. That'll bring up 4th down, and Ames will take their 2nd timeout of the half.
Yeah, the scoreboard says they have 2 left, but that first timeout was on that 4th down play.
I think I heard the officials say Ames will take their 2nd timeout. Yeah. So, yeah, Ames should only have 1, and Bobcats still have all 3 of their timeouts. And so 4th down, 3:16 in the 4th quarter. Bobcats leading by 2 scores.
What do you do here?
Are you flipping this on me?
I
normally ask you.
I know, but on 4th down, do you allow, because we have had some long snapping issues.
Yeah.
We have had some of those. Do you go into that situation?
I'm a riverboat gambler. We're going to the air, and we're going to find our big tight end,
you're
Gomez.
You're not only going for it, you're throwing it.
Yeah, we're throwing it to Johan Gomez for his first touchdown of the year.
Well, the Bobcats will go for it, and that's kind of what I thought they would do, because up 2 scores.
You thought they'd pass it to Johan Gomez?
I thought they would go for it. I don't know about passing.
Unfortunately, not in on the play. But Lincoln Barker, the tight end, who was wide open earlier tonight, is in there. It would also be his first touchdown of the year if they go to him. England is the back, and that's going to be a false start on the Bobcats.
And they were doing what you said. I don't know if they were going to Lincoln. They were throwing the football.
They heard.
And now they're punting, which I think now you're
You're kind of forced into it.
You're kind of forced into this scenario because now it's near midfield, but it seemed like
Taking a
Coach
look
Goodvin.
at that play again here on KFJB-TV. Anyway, you were saying, Dylan?
It seemed like Coach Goodvin and us were in the same kind of mind frame of what you want to do here. Now, Johan, you want to boom this thing. Don't be afraid to kick it out of bounds. Angle it.
Good snap back to Gomez as he will angle it to the punt it to the far sideline. Hits at the 30. Oh, Pramada picks it up. That thing was still rolling. And he picks it up and will give better field position to Ames at the 27-yard line. It looks like where the officials are now spotting it at. 3:09 remaining in this one. Ames still needing 2 scores, though, regardless of what happens on this drive. They need 2 scores to take the lead back.
And really where they've had the most success is doing trips far side, single one-on-one coverage near side. They've done a lot of tandem wide receivers. They've been 4 wideouts almost all night long. And so really that's where it is. Canton Wine's done a great job of keeping everything going. They're now 5 wide.
5 wide, yeah. 3 to the near side and 2 to the far side. Cotton's over there. Roberts is on the bottom of your TV screen on KFJB-TV. Canton Wine back. Johan Gomez almost got him. Spins out of it. Canton Wine now rushing to the near side. Fires late. Out of bounds. Intended target Brendan Swanson. Incomplete at 2:59. 4th quarter. And this will bring up 2nd down and 10.
Johan's had a really good game. He doesn't have a ton. He missed 1 tackle, but he has been a problem on that left end all night long, and he's allowed Coach Furch not to have to send more linebackers. So they've been able to get pressure, and you've talked about it at different points tonight, with 3 people. So you have 8 people back in coverage, and they've been using a spy a little bit more. Zach Wilder has been a spy a little bit more, hanging around just so Canton Wine doesn't run crazy.
And Niehaus has been out in coverage,
Right.
and he's been really good there too. Canton Wine back to pass. He's now going to scramble to the near side. Pressure all over him. Johan Gomez is getting to him. Lincoln Barker had him by the ankles, but Canton Wine steps out of it. Canton Wine unloads to Roberts. In and out of his hands. Incomplete. Up over midfield at the 45. Huge stop. Juan Pablo Perez.
He was jacked up. Great play, and it seemed his teammates were even more excited. But Canton Wine, maybe he has a distant relative named Houdini because he is spinning out of some stuff back there.
And that was Ferris who was fighting off the double teams to allow Barker and Gomez to get so much good pressure.
Yeah, it's been you've talked about it, but Ferris's ability to take a double team and having to get hit that, it really is a lot of more single coverage on those ends.
Clock down to 2:41 now. 4th quarter. A little bit of a low snap on 3rd down and 10. Good pressure over the middle of the field. It's going to be caught near the sticks. Roberts pulls it in at the 36-yard line. He's going to be 1 yard short of a first down. Going to be 4th and 1 for Ames. Under 2.5 minutes to go now. 2-score lead for the Bobcats. Davis Ragland a pick on the last drive for Canton Wine. 4th and 1. They'll go to the air. Canton Wine looking. Now he'll scramble. Forrest Gomez got pressure, but he's able to step out of it as Zach Wilder also tried to make the tackle. Couldn't get there. First down run by Canton Wine up to the 45-yard line. A 9-yard pickup. Clock stops at 2:07 as he was able to get out of bounds, and Gomez will go to the sideline for a much-needed breather.
And Ferris went out too. He hurt his shoulder 2 plays ago, and he was just kind of getting bumped around there, so his arm's dragging a little bit. But it's nice when you come in with Owen Eaton and Jackson Hinkle.
Yeah,
you know, you've got some highly productive, strong young men out there to be matched up with Lincoln Barker.
Canton Wine surveys the defense with 4 wide receivers. Drops back. Looks to pass. Niehaus almost swiped that one away, but it is in there on a rope to Brendan Swanson to the 40. Now marked at the 39-yard line as the clock will count once the sticks are set, as now Ames is into Bobcat territory.
They haven't gone deep on tandems, but this feels like a potential to.
Canton Wine looking. Eaton forces him back inside. He goes outside. Holding's going to come in here. Canton Wine scrambles for 8 yards on the play,
but this one's coming back, definitely holding as Owen Eaton got good pressure off the edge, and then somebody kind of grabbed him from behind to allow Canton Wine a little bit of time to scramble out near side towards the Ames bench, and this will bring up first down and 10 coming up here momentarily.
And
20, excuse me.
One of the things that Canton Wine's been able to get.
They're now waving off the flag, Dylan.
Okay. All right.
So it's an 8-yard pickup. Second, or what's going on here?
They're calling.
I was going to say second down and 2, an 8-yard pickup.
I like first and 20 a lot better.
Yeah. At the 32-yard line, near side hash for Canton Wine. Trips to the far side. Cotton's near side. Canton Wine's looking. Pressure late. Throws late. And that's going to be pass interference on Lamar Jackson. Made contact with the wide receiver. He was going for the ball as well as Roberts, but hit him before the ball got there, and it will be pass interference on the Bobcats.
It's going to be on Lamar Johnson. Lamar Jackson's playing on Sunday.
Oh, did I say Jackson?
Yeah, they're both number 8. They're both number 8.
Both also Lamar's.
Yes.
So Lamar Johnson. I'm looking forward to seeing him in basketball season as well.
Yeah, he got hurt, and it kind of
his hip injury he got last year.
As 6 foot, 6'1", really good offensive rebounder.
Pretty strong.
In a couple weeks I get to talk to Coach Apple on Bobcat Live about it.
Yeah.
And we'll definitely talk about Lamar.
All right, so the clock is all the way down to 1:39 in the fourth quarter. Ball after the penalty is down to the 17. First and 10, Ames. 2 wide receivers each side out of the shotgun all night for Canton Wine. He'll scramble straight ahead. He's looking for the end zone. He's at the 5, puts a head down, runs over Sam Griesel. Touchdown, Canton Wine. 17-yard run with 1:30 to go in the game.
Canton Wine wanted it way more than anybody else. He was a Mack truck, and this one's coming down to an onside kick.
I don't even know if he really wanted to pass there, right? I mean, he knew he was running. He waited for the defense to get all the way down there in the end zone. PAT oncoming for Joseph Matos.
And
it's up, and that one will be on inside the left side. Been told the kicker Matos was practicing his onside kicks, thanks to our camera guy Keith down there. So a 17-yard touchdown run by Canton Wine, and the PAT makes it 26-21 with 90 seconds to go on the onside kick coming up.
This is simple math right in front of you. Is they have an onside kick, Bobcats recover, they can run out the clock. If they don't, then you can see Ames has been really effective being able to throw or pass, and they'll have enough time with that one timeout to really have a drive. With the Bobcat missing 2 extra points and a field goal here tonight, the lead is only 5. So there's all these factors coming together, and it can all be moot if the Bobcats recover this onside kick.
Well, I guess they don't call it the Highway 30 rivalry for nothing.
No, it's easy to beat Ames on a T-shirt. It's hard to do it in reality.
Well, the Bobcats have not done it since 2019. Bobcats 4-11 against Ames since 2008. Matos will attempt the onside kick. Century 21 kickoff is away. That one is short. Bobcats let it go to try to go 10.
What?
Ames says they have it, but the officials look like they're spotting it at 9 yards and short, and it will be Bobcat football.
It's Bobcat football.
Yep. On KFJB-TV, right? Illegal touching by Ames, and it will be Bobcat football. And the Bobcats will run out the 90 seconds and win this game in week number 7. As, Ames touched it at the 49. It looked like they did.
And it's tough because when you touch and it moves across, it looks, and even to our eyes, it looks when they actually grab a hold of it, it looked like it was the other 49. And that's what you see. Really, the Ames crowd thinned out pretty quickly, and they missed a pretty valiant comeback from their team. But the Bobcats, it's all about simply just kneeling that, getting that knee down. They have one timeout. That's all they can stop it.
Ragland is the running back. He's been sure-handed here tonight. He even had an interception on the defensive side. And he'll get the handoff right up the gut. Bounces off a couple of little Cyclones. And he's going to get down to the 45-yard line on the Ames sideline. On the side of things, it's a 4-yard pickup, and a timeout will be called with 1:23 fourth quarter. We'll take a timeout. This is Bobcat football on KFJB-TV.
McGregor's Furniture and Mattress is your local furniture store in Marshalltown, and they are proud to support Marshalltown Bobcat Athletics. If you want to kick off football season in a new recliner, pass the bread at a beautiful new dining set, or lay up on a luxurious sectional sofa, McGregor's is the right play. Score the mattress of your dreams with an assist from their friendly and knowledgeable staff. You'll be the household MVP when you bring home the winning selections at McGregor's Furniture and Mattress, downtown Marshalltown. Open 7 days a week.
Bobcat Live coming up Thursday night with Dylan Does, as we will talk again with the swim team. I believe cross country going to be on. We'll talk volleyball. They know their postseason assignment. They'll go take on Iowa City West on October 24th. We'll have that one for you here on KFJB-TV. 1:23 to go in the game. Second down for the Bobcats. Second down and 5 at the 45-yard line, and possibly a false start on the Bobcats. And it is. Bobcats just trying to run the clock out here and get out of here with their first win of the year. But you haven't won all year, Dylan. We were just talking during break that sometimes for teams trying to get acclimated to winning, you know what I mean? It closing out games, that kind of things, it's kind of rear their ugly head at points.
It's just it's a different mindset. You're looking just to execute efficiently instead of trying to make big plays to get back into the game.
Ragland the back on second down and 11. Handoff up the gut to Ragland. Shoots ahead after churning the legs and up to the 45-yard line.
What's going on with the...
They forgot when Ames
This is the fourth timeout.
When it's okay. It is the fourth timeout. You're not wrong. I'm agreeing. When they almost had a delay of the game, they sprinted to the line of scrimmage, and that timeout never got taken off the clock.
Yeah, that was 4 timeouts they allowed Ames.
I don't think the officials are watching you, Dylan, up here.
No, but I'm watching me, and it's 4 timeouts.
You're watching them.
That's crazy. That is absolutely craziness, and and they still have.
Unless there was some sort of change, but you don't ever see that instance where an opposing team would call a timeout when there's only 8 seconds on the play clock.
That's just not at all what. That's crazy.
All right, so the Bobcats will have to work for it here now. Third down and 6 after that timeout. Ragland gets the handoff. He'll go off of left guard. He'll pick up 2 yards, but he'll bring up 4th down.
There's going to be 30 seconds.
Ball at the 43-yard line. Bobcats, do you maybe go to line, try to draw them offside, and then call a timeout, and then figure out what you want to do?
That's exactly what I do.
Hayes will be underneath center as Ragland is the back. Kyle Smith, the wide receiver, split out to the near side. Ball on the near side hash. Gorsuch goes in motion. He'll now go back to the left side of the line in his slot position. Play clock is at 5-3. And Bobcats do call a timeout on the far sideline. Clock will stop at 27 seconds to go in the football game. 4th down coming up here, Dylan. And it is that thing. Do you just go for it and try to get the clock moving? Or
I punt. I immediately punt, because if you don't get it, the clock immediately stops for a change of possession. I punt this thing, and you just try to, because you try to keep it as high as possible. You keep it in play because the moment that ball's snapped, the clock starts. So if you can pin them around the 10 to the 20 with about 18 seconds to go, you play prevent. But this is craziness.
Yeah, I disagree. I think we're going tight end up the seam.
You might be right.
Man, it was so
and
wide
you're
open
right.
earlier in
They're
the game.
going for it.
It was so wide open earlier in the game, and Ames was not even close to being able to guard it. No tight end, though, in the formation for the Bobcats. 2 slots to be back and 2 wide receivers. Zane Moore to the far side, Kyle Smith near side.
This is craziness. But they do have another timeout left.
They do.
But it also says Ames has another timeout left because apparently it's like Olive Garden. It's a never-ending bread bowl. You just get as many timeouts as you want. For Pete's
Endless
sakes.
salad.
Yeah. $7.99, all the timeouts you can muster.
2 seconds put back on the clock. 29 seconds to go in this one. In the Highway 30 rivalry, 4th down for the Bobcats. 4th and 4. Bobcats check to the sideline. 10 seconds to go on the game clock. And it looks like the Bobcats going to probably call another timeout here again.
Or they're going to just take the penalty.
And they will. And here comes the special teams unit. 4th down.
They did add 2 more seconds to the game clock, which was right. They allowed the clock to run fuller or longer.
Further?
So there's 29 seconds, not 27. A clean snap and a good punt. But my goodness, I know what I'm going to be watching tonight to make sure I'm right on this 4 timeouts thing, but it
does come down to be key. Yohan Gomez out to punt on 4th down from midfield. Good snap. Gets the punt away cleanly, high. It's going to get down to the 20-yard line. Ames is going to go for the return on the near side and pushed out of bounds over the 35. An illegal block from behind is going to be called after the play. One of the Bobcats just hit the turf, and it was Zach Wilder. As the near side man on the return coming back was Braxton Brown. A good return, all for naught right there. As 9 seconds come off the game clock, and so now we're down to 20 seconds remaining.
So Johan's had to make 2 really important punts late, and from Declan Green's snap all the way to the punt, and he's gotten away 2 good ones. So those have been really good plays by the special teams.
Just don't get anything behind you.
Yeah, you got to keep
On
everything in
defense here.
front, and a sack wins it. So can you get it?
Well, it's going to be Ferris as well as Lincoln Barker, and Yohan Gomez on the defensive line, and the defensive backs are going to back up about 20 yards away from the line of scrimmage. 20 seconds to go. Ames down by 5.
And this is watch for hook and laterals or anything like that, in which I kind of see is
Jeff Roberts gets the reception out of the far sideline. He'll slip out of bounds. A late flag flies in after the play. Roberts picks up about 14 yards. And I'm not sure exactly what that's going to be. There was a wide receiver blocking in that area downfield, so it looks like possibly another illegal block by Ames. A block in the back. We'll back it up. And that one took 7 seconds off the clock, so we're now down to 13 seconds with the Bobcats leading 26-21 against their rival, the Ames Little Cyclones.
That was on sophomore slot receiver Leo Jensen.
And after the penalties marked off, it's 2nd down and 10. Yeah, I mean, you had the feeling when the Bobcats went up 26-7, this thing was over. A 6-minute drive out of halftime.
And then, it's the fumbles. And that's been a real tough scenario for us. Great job by Niehaus. Got blocked in the back. No call.
Torian Cotton with the reception at the line of scrimmage. Sprints ahead for nearly a first down. I believe he will be at the 35 for a first. And out of bounds. 7 seconds to go in this one. First down for Ames on their own 35.
This has a chance to be the last play of the game. Just make the tackle.
Juan Pablo Perez, Smitherman, Sam Griesel, Unga Pramana, 20 yards back from the line of scrimmage. Linebackers 10 yards out. 3 down linemen. Cantonwine drops back, looking to pass. He's looking for Cotton. Sam Griesel's there in the area, and Griesel knocks it down, and the time is off the clock at zeros. And the Bobcats beat the Little Cyclones for the first time since 2019.
Oh my goodness, and they made it as you called the basketball team the Cardiac Cats a couple years ago. The football team is trying to take that moniker. My goodness.
And the Bobcats elated, everyone jumping around as they'll meet Ames at midfield. And the Bobcats move to 1-6 on the season. The Cyclones drop to 1-6 with the loss here tonight as the Bobcats come in and win it on Ames Senior Night.
What a resilient group. But the Bobcats did such a nice job of when they got punched in the mouth, making plays afterwards, and then they were able to hang on. They've got to be able to hang on to the football. 10 fumbles in the last 2 weeks. You can't have that.
Bobcats win it 26-21 in a thriller. Week number 7. Coming up, it's the Locker Room Report from Ames High School on KFJB-TV.
Wayward Social is the place for fun. With 20 lanes of bowling, leagues for all levels, great food and drink options, an awesome arcade, there is a ton of fun to be had at Wayward Social. And that's just on the inside. Step outside and enjoy patio life at Gutter Point with drinks, shuffleboard, live music, and fun atmosphere. Follow Wayward Social on Facebook for updates on specials and live music. It is all on South 6th Street in Marshalltown. Visit wayward-social.com to plan your next visit to the place for fun.
At Sports Plus Sports Medicine and Physical Therapy Center, we customize each patient's treatment plan to their individual needs. What does that mean? It means that not every back or knee problem is treated the same, and that your program will be unique and designed especially for your needs or problem. This improves how quickly you will return to work or sports. The Sports Plus staff is encouraging and takes pride in your successful recovery. This is just one more reason why champions choose Sports Plus Physical Therapy as their favorite place to rehabilitate and train.
The KFJB-TV Locker Room Report, presented by Wells Fargo Advisors of Marshalltown.
Welcome back to Ames High School. Brandon Lewis, Dylan Does alongside me as we wrap things up here tonight, week number 7. Locker Room Report, all brought to you by Wells Fargo Advisors in Marshalltown. All right, let's run through our recap of the second half here. As the Bobcats got the football to start off the second half after leading 20-7 at halftime, and go right down the field, taking 6 minutes off the clock, 68 yards, as Jacob Hayes teamed up with Aiden Smitherman to find the end zone and put the Bobcats up 26-7. That was such a great statement drive coming out of the locker room.
It really was. You go into, they had scored 20 unanswered, and then coming right back and be able to stamp on right on the other side. It felt like the game might be over at that point.
A couple drives later, after Ames turned it over on downs, Gorsuch lost a fumble. That was kind of the turning point because Cantonwine was able to team up just a few plays later with one of his favorite targets in Jeff Roberts for his 9th touchdown reception of the year. Came from 55 yards out on this play.
And it was a heck of a play by Roberts. Pramana was there on one-on-one coverage, did a nice job of playing inside leverage, and just Roberts made a better play.
We had a punt, we had a pick, we had a punt, and then Cantonwide was able to strike right back, and this time on a 17-yard run as time was dwindling down in the fourth quarter. as Canton Wine rushed in from 17 yards out, as that happened at 3:09 in the fourth quarter, and made it 26-21, and that's when things really started to get interesting late here.
It did, and we thought we had the right when it came to clock and everything. It seemed that Ames got an additional timeout, and everything, it just seemed like everything was stuck in mud. You flipped over the timer, and it would never end. And then Canton Wine, this is one of the best quarterback runs I've seen. He leveled Sam Griesel at the goal line.
Haven't seen Sam Griesel get run over too many times this year, and right there Canton Wine did. Onside kick was recovered by Ames, but they were offside. They didn't let the ball go 10 yards. Bobcats got it out, tried to close it out. They had to punt, and then Bobcats finished it off here as it was Sam Griesel broke up the last pass of the game and secures the 26-21 victory for the Bobcats. Coming up, we're going to talk to head coach Adam Goodvin, as well as name our OPA player of the game. This is the Locker Room Report. You're watching KFJB-TV.
You planned and saved for your child to go to college, but medical school after graduation was a surprise. A happy, expensive surprise. Wells Fargo Advisors can help. For more than 125 years, we've created wealth management and investment strategies aimed at achieving our clients' personal financial goals. When opportunities surprise you, turn to Wells Fargo Advisors. Together, we'll go far.
Wells Fargo Advisors is located at 14 East South Ridge Road in Marshalltown. Call them at 641-752-5401. They're a member SIPC.
Bobcat Athletics on KFJB-TV is sponsored by Marshalltown Area Chamber. Meet in Marshalltown.com. Marshalltown Community College, a step in the right direction. And McGregor's Furniture and Mattress. Quality furniture for every room in your home.
Back in on the Locker Room Report on KFJB-TV, all brought to you by Wells Fargo Advisors in Marshalltown. Time now for our player of the game, all brought to you by Opa Grill of Marshalltown. Greek and traditional favorites. All you have to say is Opa. And just a heck of a game by the senior tonight. He ruined senior night for the Ames Little Cyclones. 16 carries tonight for Davis Ragland, 68 yards, 2 touchdowns, and a crucial second-half interception, as Davis Ragland is our OPA player of the game, as Davis Ragland will win a $25 gift certificate, as that is awarded to the Bobcat player of the game. As I don't know how many tackles he had, but he had quite a few that also made an impact here tonight, as that is our player of the game, senior linebacker, running back, Davis Ragland here tonight. Ragland also got himself the sweet play of the game here tonight, all presented by Lily Mae Chocolates, handmade, hand-dipped since 1939, always open at lilymaechocolate.com. And right here, Canton Wine late, looking over the middle of the field. He was looking for Jeff Roberts, and Ragland read it all the way. And a special moment there for the senior, who also had a 50-yard pick six last year against the Ames Little Cyclones. He comes up clutch again in the Highway 30 rivalry. We're joined by head coach Adam Goodvin. When we come back, this is Bobcat Football. You're watching KFJB-TV.
What does OPA mean? OPA means joy, enthusiasm, and approval. And when you dine at OPA Grill in Marshalltown, you'll understand why. With their made-to-order pastas, soups, and salads made daily with the freshest ingredients. Favorites include chicken parmesan pan-fried to perfection, fresh and light chicken lemon rice soup, and their signature OPA salad topped with seasoned gyro meat. OPA Grill Family Restaurant in Marshalltown, where you can dine in or drive through. All you have to say is OPA!
You look forward to retirement as your time to relax. But now that it's here, turns out relaxation is overrated and you'd rather get back to work with an idea of your own. Wells Fargo Advisors can help. For more than 125 years, we've created wealth management and investment strategies aimed at achieving our clients' personal financial goals. When retirement plans change course, turn to Wells Fargo Advisors. Together, we'll go far.
Wells Fargo Advisors is located at 14 East South Ridge Road in Marshalltown. Call them at 641-752-5401. They're a member SIPC.
The KFJB-TV Locker Room Report, presented by Wells Fargo Advisors of Marshalltown.
Back in on the locker room report. Now time for our post-game chat with head coach Adam Goodvin, all brought to you by Edward Jones. Zach Wall, your financial advisor in Marshalltown. Dylan Doze, along with Victoria's head coach Adam Goodvin.
26-21 win over the Ames Little Cyclones. It just shows this sideline, players taking pictures of the scoreboard, family, friends. What does it feel like to be the head man beating Ames on the road?
Well, it's huge, especially this one. And, our kids fought hard, and we had a pretty solid week of practice. And, I think we were talking earlier in the week, if this doesn't get you pumped up to play a football game, playing Ames, and I don't know what will. And just very proud of our kids and their effort tonight.
And they came off the bus, and they put themselves in opportunity to score. The field goal had leg, didn't make it. Ames came back and scored on their second drive, but then Aiden Smitherman, 54-yard run. He's made a lot of big plays over the last 3 weeks. You've talked a lot about him since he came in as a sophomore. What does it feel like to see him now executing on the field?
He's a very athletic kid, and we've seen him on the track last spring, and then what he can do in our training. And it was just a matter of time, and he's slowly starting to figure it out, obviously. And we're excited to watch him continue to get better.
And number 6, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick, big heart, big mind. What can you say about the senior Davis Ragland?
Tough kid, man. That's our guy. That's our go-to guy in big games like this, and he really stepped up, took care of the football, ran hard, and we're proud of him.
And it took Ames getting 4 timeouts, a lot of tense moments. How's the heart?
I don't know right now. Man, like I was telling these guys, I'm too young to be this close to a heart attack, but no, we're happy. We're happy. It's been awesome.
Enjoy the win. Lincoln next week. Back to you, Brandon.
All right, thanks, Dylan. Yeah, the Cardiac Cats getting it done here tonight. That is our postgame chat with Coach. All brought to you by Edward Jones. Zach Wall, your financial advisor in Marshalltown. We're back with a Jeff Brooks scoreboard update when we continue on the Locker Room Report on KFJB-TV.
Don't let concerns about shifts in the market disrupt your long-term financial goals. Edward Jones financial advisor Zach Wall can help. He'll work with you on an investment strategy for long-term results. Edward Jones can give you the tools and knowledge for a steady approach to hitting your financial targets. Get started by giving Zach Wall a call at 641-752-3017 in Marshalltown or visiting edwardjones.com. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
When heading to the stadium, don't forget to scoot through the Scooters Coffee drive-thru on the way to the game. With a variety of drinks to choose from, you can give your school spirit a quick boost before cheering on the Marshalltown Bobcats. Try one of the fall features like the caramel apple smoothie, a pumpkin spice latte, or maple bourbon cream cold brew to get you through the game. Scooters Coffee, amazing people, amazing drinks, amazingly fast. South Center Street in Marshalltown. Proud to support Marshalltown Bobcat football.
The KFJB-TV Locker Room Report, presented by Wells Fargo Advisors of Marshalltown.
Brooks here with a Central State Bank scoreboard update. West Marshall and State Center falls to PCM tonight, 49-7. East Marshall falls to Columbus Catholic, 21-26. East Marshall led that game all the way to the end with a last-minute touchdown from Columbus Catholic. Gladbrook Rhinebeck over Clarksville tonight, 49-8. Newton beats Carlisle, 45-11. Final score for Southeast Polk against Waukee. Southeast Polk picks up the win, 31-28. Ankeny Centennial wins over Roosevelt, 44-3. And Wapsie Valley over BCL UW, 46-0. Valley beats Waterloo West tonight, 49-0. And Grundy Center over Alburnett, 41-13. Final score for Johnston, 56. Council Bluffs Lincoln 7, and Nevada tonight falls to Harlan Community 24-21. Also, final score for Dowling at Urbandale. Dowling 49, Urbandale 28. That's your Central State Bank scoreboard update. I'll now return you to Brandon Lewis and Dylan Doze on News Talk 1230 KFJB and KFJB-TV.
Well, not a big surprise there, but we did not expect Valley 49-0 shutting out Waterloo West earlier tonight. So interesting there. PCM with a big win over West Marshall just continues rolling, people,
as the season rolls along. Southeast Polk with a win over Waukee. So, anyway, not too surprising, but we did talk about it coming into the night that this would just be a big key night to find out where, the true test of where people really stand.
Yeah, and you kind of know it. It's that Metro football is so good. And then, of course, around the Quad Cities, you have your Bettendorf, you have your Pleasant Valley, you have some talent out there. But it is just so difficult to be able to go against the Valleys, the Dowlings, the Southeast Polks of the world. They're just very, very talented ball clubs.
Yeah, that is for sure. Bobcats with a big win on the road here tonight. As again, 26-21, the final. Bobcats 1-6. Little Cyclones also 1-6 on the season. And I don't know what they got, if they've got security fence around Ottumwa tonight, but we cannot find a score anywhere. They were taking on Waukee Northwest.
I was on their football Twitter. They apparently do not update it during the game, which is killing me.
They also are losing 49-0.
If they don't want to show us a score, we're going to make up a score.
All right, we will take one final timeout and wrap things up. You're tuned into the Locker Room Report at Ames High School. Bobcats win it again tonight, 26-21, right here on KFJB-TV.
Miller Middle School turns 100 next year. It has served generations of Marshalltown students well. Education has changed dramatically since Miller opened in 1925. Miller faces a long list of challenges, including limited technology capabilities, lack of space for learning, gathering, and new programming to prepare our students for the next step in their journey. Voters will consider a referendum in November to reimagine Miller for future generations. To learn more, go to marshalltowncsdfuture.com.
Legends American Grill is the perfect place to watch your favorite team. Enjoy wings, nachos, steaks, and prime rib available on Friday and Saturday nights. It's game on for great food and your favorite drink to wash it down. You like burgers? Legends has fantastic, unique burger creations like this. The Legends Burger. Absolutely delicious. Gather with friends, enjoy your favorite team's games with the NFL Sunday Ticket, and make some memories. Legends American Grill in Marshalltown and our new Newton location, where the game is always on.
The KFJB-TV Locker Room Report, presented by Wells Fargo Advisors of Marshalltown.
Well, my 49 was pretty good. That was nearly the spread.
You were giving them the benefit of the doubt, apparently.
65-13. Waukee Northwest takes down Ottumwa tonight.
So that's tough.
There's a gap. There's apparently a gap.
There seems to be a slight gap. What's also a gap is our children are not wearing shoes out there.
Where?
Out there at the 10-yard line. They're playing football with somebody's Crocs.
Oh, probably Deegan's. This is a constant conversation about.
There we go. We've got a shot.
Why are you constantly walking outside in just socks?
Yep. I've ruined.
You're not homeless. Let's wear our shoes.
They're not going to college because I've spent so much on Puma socks.
Well, next week the Bobcats will be back home for their final home game of the season as they take on the Lincoln Rail Splitters. Kickoff at 7, pregame at 6. It was a game the Bobcats dominated a year ago.
Yeah, and Lincoln struggled this year again. I think this is, if they have the same week of practice that Coach talked about, they come in, they're not, satisfied with just beating Ames. You want all the momentum in the world you can get until you have Valley at the end of the year, because that's going to be a reality smack in the face. They are so good. So let's take care of Lincoln next week.
Plus Bobcat Live on Thursday night. Dylan Does will be hosting at 6.
That's right. I may even wear a suit jacket. Who knows? Let's really do it up. Fancy Bobcat Live.
With sweatpants?
Yeah. I usually don't get my pants covered, but I think I am declaring it. Next Thursday night is Fancy Bobcat Live.
And no one cares.
I don't care. I care.
All right, well, at least you'll be looking the part. We don't know if you'll be acting the part.
No. Fancy in dress.
Yeah.
Ridiculous in action.
Well, hey, thanks so much to our crew here tonight. The van lost a wheel earlier tonight, and just happy everyone is okay. We're all walking back to Marshalltown, though, after this one here tonight. Thanks so much to Stats Tonight. David Braga, great job as always. Our radio producer and studio updates with Jeff Brooks. Keith Stewart, Jesse DeMeyer on cam work, Zach Tomish
our on-site producer. And the Todd father made an appearance as well tonight. I don't know if he's got that tire back on yet.
He's an emergency ride. He's our emergency contact.
For Dylan Dose, I'm Brandon Lewis. You have been watching Marshalltown Bobcat football, the Highway 30 rivalry, 26-21. Cats win it. All right, here on your home for Marshalltown Athletics, KFJB-TV.
Bobcat Athletics on KFJB-TV is made possible by Assured Partners, Greg Young of Marshalltown, Lennox Employees Credit Union, Marshalltown Area Chamber, Marshalltown Community College, The Gregors Furniture and Mattress, Sports Plus, Wayward Social, Wells Fargo Advisors of Marshalltown, Marshalltown School District, Scooters of Marshalltown, State Farm, mtownproud.com.